We're good. We're live.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm looking at our crowd here, and it looks like we have a quorum, and we will introduce them in a minute here. My name is Senator Susan DeChambeau. I represent District 32, great little towns of Dayton, Lyman, Alfred, Arundel, Kennebunk-Port, and Biddeford. I will be presiding today. We're starting off the day with what we called a work session. At 1 o'clock, we have a public hearing, and at 2 o'clock, another work session. For those of you who are watching for the first time, a work session, the purpose of the meeting is to receive information from staff and others so that we can consider some legislative proposals and make recommendations. We will not be calling in the public, but you can watch it. You're probably watching it now on YouTube. We've been provided with materials. Today we have 2 commissioners that we work with from Criminal Justice and Public Safety, Commissioner Sawchuk of Public Safety and Commissioner Liberty from the Department of Corrections. When it comes time, I would like to have the other members introduce themselves, and I will begin with Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Senator Scott Searway, represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Thank you. Representative Pickett.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Senator. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent the towns of, actually, I represent House District 116, and that would be the towns of Canton, Dixfield, Hartford, Mexico, and Peru, and I'll be with you for a short while. I have to run off to another committee to testify, and then I will return.
Thank you. And then I will recognize Representative Morales.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent House District 33 in South Portland.
Thank you. Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dan Costain, I represent District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corunna.
Thank you. Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bill Pluker. I represent House District 95, which is Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union.
And Representative Rudnicki.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm Shelley Rodnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield. I am working from home today, and I do want to say that I am still here under protest where we sign died over 2 months ago. Thank you.
And Representative Lookner.
Morning, I'm Representative Grayson Lookner. I represent District 37, which is part of Portland, neighborhoods of Libbytown, Rosemont, Stroudwater, and forgot the last one, sorry.
Long Creek. And Representative Newman.
Good morning, I'm Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, Vienna, and Wayne.
I think that is all the members, and some 2 very important people is our policy analyst, Jane Overton, joins us, and our committee clerk, Deborah Fahey, she's with us. And you'll notice she doesn't have an LD number in her little box because this morning we're doing the governor's change package. Economics is the big word of the day. And we have, as I said, the 2 commissioners with us, and we shall begin with Commissioner Sawchuk. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning, Senator DeChambeau. First and foremost, it's good to see everybody. I know you've been incredibly busy, and happy to wade in with some testimony on the budget. I'll say that we submitted that testimony late last night, and thanks to Jane for sending it along. The reason it was delayed is that we were waiting on a behavioral health plan from Department of Health and Human Services, as well as a substance use disorder one-pager from our friends at Office of Behavioral Health. The behavioral health plan just came out this morning at 10:03 is when we received it, and the SUD one-pager came out at 9 o'clock this morning. So we certainly wanted to make sure you got our testimony, but we know that with this committee, there's been a lot of conversation around the behavioral health side of the equation, and rightfully so. I just haven't had an opportunity. I read the draft report over the weekend. I haven't seen the final. It grew by a couple of pages from the weekend, so I'm just not sure exactly what's in there total. I can touch on some of the SUD things, because I know that was another change package question, maybe after my testimony, if that's okay. So
Thank you.
perfect. So good morning, Senator DeChambeau and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Mike Sostruck. I'm the Commissioner of DPS. I'm here today to discuss the Governor's change package for LD 221, an act making unified appropriations and allocations for the expenditures of state government, general fund, and other funds, and changing certain provisions of the law necessary to the proper operations of state government for the fiscal years ending June 30th, 2021, June 30th, 2022, and June 30th, 2023. First, the governor unveiled her Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan, this administration's proposal to invest more than $1 billion in discretionary federal relief funds allocated to Maine under the American Rescue Plan Act, meant to make historic investments in unaddressed needs and long-standing challenges to achieve three goals. Number one, immediate economic recovery from the pandemic. Number two, long-term economic growth for Maine. And three, infrastructure revitalization. The plan draws heavily on recommendations from the Governor's Economic Recovery Committee and the state's 10-year economic development strategy, transforming these plans into real action to improve the lives of our people and to strengthen the economy. We look forward to collaboration with the legislature as we further refine the specifics of these initiatives to meet these goals. We also presented a bond proposal aimed at rebuilding Maine's transportation system and conserving lands and waters. The proposal dedicates $100 million to maintain and upgrade Maine's transportation system through the Maine Department of Transportation, and also dedicates $40 million over 4 years to conserve lands and waters for Maine people through the Land for Maine's Future program. And most recently, Governor Mills unveiled the Part 2 budget for the FY 22-23 biennium. Thanks to Maine's good financial position reflecting fiscally responsible moves by the governor and legislature, a proposal that makes a historic investment in Maine public schools and meets the state's obligation to pay 55% of the cost of K-12 education for the first time in Maine's history. The proposal includes a host of additional bipartisan priorities, such as initiatives to improve the health of Maine people, relief for Maine people most adversely impacted by the pandemic or overburdened by rising property taxes, enhanced revenue sharing with municipalities, PFAS remediation, and infrastructure upgrades, and adds money to the budget stabilization fund. The proposal, which is balanced and does not raise taxes, also leaves approximately $23 million in funding on the table for use at lawmakers' discretion. I will now go into more details of the above that relate to DPS. DPS was established to serve the people by providing, coordinating, and leading a responsive and comprehensive public safety system to protect their lives, rights, and properties. This broad mission is accomplished with 625 positions spread across 10 bureaus. The bureaus are Administration, Capitol Police, Consolidated Emergency Communications, Emergency Medical Services, Fire Marshal's Office, Gambling Control, Highway Safety, Maine Criminal Justice Academy, Maine Drug Enforcement Agency, and the Maine State Police. DPS has 3 initiatives and 1 language change included in the governor's change package. Today, we will discuss 2 initiatives related to the need for additional positions in the Computer Crimes Unit and the Bureau of Highway Safety, as well as a language change related to the Fire Marshal's Office. The 3rd initiative is related to the need for additional allotment to account for an increase in revenues in the Gambling Control Board unit, and will be discussed with the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee at a later date. I will begin today on page 183 with the Computer Crimes Unit. Since its inception in 2000 as a task force, the unit has investigated thousands of cases of child exploitation and analyzed the associated computers and data storage devices. Additionally, the unit has evolved into the state's technology support solution for criminal investigations to include fraud, theft, threatening, robbery, stalking, child abduction, and homicide cases. This unit currently has 18 positions assigned to it. This initiative establishes 3 new state police detective positions and 3 new computer forensic analyst positions. These positions are being established in response to the increased investigative demands being placed on the computer crimes unit. The number of complaints or referrals of suspected internet crimes against children cases that we have received from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children has increased steadily over the last 5 years. In 2016, we received 374 complaints, and that number has grown exponentially. In 2020, we received almost 1,100 cases, and this year we are on pace to receive more than 1,300. At our current staffing levels, we are only able to investigate approximately 200 cases per year. The increase in ICAT cases and our limited staff has created a backlog of cases that we are unable to investigate in a timely manner. These positions will be ongoing as the need for computer-based crime investigation is increasing every day. The Computer Crimes Unit assists all of Maine's law enforcement partners to provide a safe environment for our citizens, and these positions will help keep Maine one of the safest states in the country. To fund these critical positions, the personal services line in the general fund is increased by $625,425 in FY22 and $654,102 in FY23. The all other line in the general fund is increased by $60,049, and the capital expenditure line is increased by $55,734 in both years. The next initiative related to the Bureau of Highway Safety can be found on page 185. The Bureau of Highway Safety promotes behavioral driver safety programs and projects designed to make Maine's roads and highways safe. These programs consist of motor vehicle occupant restraint, child restraint, impaired driving, motorcycle safety, speed enforcement, and the Maine Defensive Driving Program. The Bureau also is responsible for the annual planning, development, implementation, and evaluation of the Highway Safety Plan for Maine. This initiative establishes 2 highway safety coordinator positions. The highway safety coordinators are responsible for managing the various highway safety programs that keep our highways and the citizens of Maine safe. The increase to the federal expenditures fund personnel services is $172,400 in FY22 and $180,462 in FY23, and all other of $4,549 in FY22 and $4,646 in FY23. The next program I will discuss is the Office of the Fire Marshal. The primary mission of the office is to protect the lives and property of those who live, work, or visit the state. The Prevention Division is primarily responsible for the safety of people at public events and buildings used by the public, in places of assembly, and in healthcare and childcare facilities. The Investigation Division is primarily responsible for the investigation of fires and explosions. They also regulate the storage of explosives, the storage and use of fireworks, and investigate accidents involving mechanical rides. A language change related to the Office of the Fire Marshal can be found in section LLL on page 44 of the language document. The Office of the Fire Marshal has 2 different assistant state fire marshals, an assistant state fire marshal in charge of investigations and an assistant state fire marshal in charge of inspections. This language change is being implemented to clarify that the assistant state fire marshal for investigations is the only state fire marshal that qualifies to participate in the special plan referenced in section LLL 2.5 MRSA section 17851-B sub 1, in case you were curious. This includes my testimony. I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. And as I mentioned, as a lead off, just to touch on some high points of that behavioral health plan and that SUD 1-pager. So when you combine federal funds for behavioral health allocated to the state of Maine, whether that's through the SRSA grants or the ARPA funding, that particular act, or the governor's budgets, part 1 and part 2, you're talking about $120 million minimum. So $120 million floor for an investment in Maine on behavioral health issues. I did talk to Director Jessica Pollard this morning, right around 9:45 as we were running hard towards 10 o'clock. And she said that I say $120 million minimum because there's been some additional things that have come in even this morning. When I talked to her, she was on a meeting discussing other options from the federal government. And then ultimately, when you look at an SUD one pager, between the part one and the part two budgets, so FY 22-23 biennial total budget, I'm just specific to substance use disorders, there's approximately $29.7 million invested in SUD treatment and recovery and that comprehensive approach to SUDs. About 25.5 million of that is included in the change package itself. And I feel bad throwing a couple numbers at you here at the last second, but as I mentioned, we got these at 9 o'clock and then 10:03 this morning. So I may not be well suited to dive into these line by line, but I know that Jessica Pollard is certainly willing to jump back on with the committee. I think she's even scheduled to be on in the next week or so to discuss some of these things. So I guess that's my official testimony, and happy to take any questions. I should add that my right hand and the brains of the operation, Kendra Coates, is in the waiting room. There's the command staff from the Maine State Police are available, as well as Lauren Stewart from Highway Safety. So anybody that kind of touches on these initiatives are available, whether now or in combination with next week's session on Tuesday, if you would like us back. So thanks again.
Thank you, Commissioner Sawchuk. I am looking at, does anyone have any specific questions they'd like to address with the commissioner? I see Representative Warren, followed by Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry, I haven't had a chance to look at this yet. Did we get your comments in writing?
Yes, the testimony came in last night, but in all fairness, Jane did us a favor. I think we sent it out at like 9 o'clock last night or something. So it's not like you didn't have a lot of time.
That's okay. Just wanted to make sure that I could go back and look at it.
Yep.
So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
And I know you came in, I think I just clarified it again, but that one pager SUD and that behavioral health plan is actually live on the DHHS site right now. And that didn't hit till 10:03. So that's why you don't have that material in advance.
Okay. And you said that Dr. Pollard is willing to come back and speak with us next week when we're talking about the budget?
Yes, she certainly was. And she was already on the calendar. She wasn't quite sure if it was for the next Tuesday's work session or another time, but yeah, she'd be happy to come back and discuss some of these things specifically. I will add that with Commissioner Liberty and certainly Commissioner Lambrew's leadership, we've been meeting on behavioral health issues in the criminal justice reform virtually since the beginning of this administration. And there's also a mapping and matching component that's also with the Office of Behavioral Health on a regular basis. So I'm familiar with some of these programs, but if I was you, I'd much rather talk to Dr. Pollard about her programs than me. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Representative Warren, I'll take a moment to have you introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, everyone. I'm Charlotte Warren, and I represent the city of Hollowell and the towns of Manchester and West Gardner in the House. I will be in and out. My bill is currently being worked over in the IDEA committee. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. I did have Representative Pluker. I don't see him. I will look at Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. On the back page of page 1 of the document, it says Part LLL, and then it says summary. The fourth line down, it says, under the plan, a person may retire at 55 years of age with 10 years of credible service. So most retirement plans are 20 or 25 years. So can you explain that and explain if it's a prorated retirement or what that would be?
Yeah, sure. And good morning, sir. So for the languages here, and we've been digging this out this morning too, to be completely honest with you. So there's a section A and there's a section B. I caught that language in that summary, a half hour ago before we testified, because what we're doing here and with the legislature's approval and support, what happened is that the fire investigators, our arson investigators, were put into a special plan that allows for a 20-year retirement, no age. And that happened in July of 2020 because of cancer presumptions and the incredible work that the investigators did themselves to look at cancer rates amongst investigators, amongst firefighters in that range. So your classic 1998 special plan section A is kind of that COP plan that you're familiar with. That's a 25-year retirement at 50%. And there's a 55-year minimum for some and not for others. The B plan, which is where we're putting that assistant state fire marshal in charge of investigations, that's the 20-year plan, no age. So when I look at the summary, I was just discussing this with Kendra before I came on. The summary does not match the revised language on that first part, triple L page. So I was glad to hear that there's a second follow-up opportunity in front of you next Tuesday, because I'd like to make sure that we have that exactly dialed in. And prorating, I'm not really sure, but I'm happy to try to dig that out for you, sir, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, so follow up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Yes.
So my understanding with PERS is if you haven't got your full 20 or 25 years, it's 2% a year or something like that. So when I saw that, it says you may retire at 10 years. So I don't know if that means you're eligible after 10 years, which most plans is 5. It's a 5-year. So yeah, could you just look at that and make sure that that's correct the way it's written or correct it so we have the right language?
Yes, sir. And I do think there's a 10-year minimum where you get a piece of your retirement. That is
Right.
absolutely accurate. If you're right, though, there's a 5-year plan for some folks, I think, and then there's a 10-year plan. We've been painfully laughing about all of these various special plans and trying to figure out what that really means, to be honest with you. So let me dig into that a little bit, sir, and I can bring that back next week if that's okay.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm going to recognize Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. So you mentioned something about treatment money. I'm just wondering if you could go into that a little bit more and where that is being administered. Is that I assume that's not DPS's budget. I assume that's over in DHHS or something.
Yes, sir. So within the Office of Behavioral Health, which falls under DHHS, under Dr. Pollard, that would be where that $29.7 million of biennial budget funding would fall for treatment, recovery, and other programming that OBH would do. Now, on top of that, behavioral health in general, that's that $120 million minimum. And also those programs would fall under DHHS and not just OBH, but I think that would be sprinkled out a little bit further into some of those more specialized work groups. Could be on more the adult side specific programs rather than OBH as an umbrella. And those are the ones that I would recommend. And Dr. Pollard knows I'm throwing her under the bus here, that she was happy to come back and discuss these programs individually. Just I just don't feel suited to do that with you. Some of them I'm very familiar with, the options program and some of these outreach liaison programs, co-responders, crisis centers, those kind of things are things that we've been discussing for a couple of years, but there's a lot more detail in here than just that.
Perfect, thanks.
Representative Pluker, did you have a question?
I'm all set. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, you were popping in and out. I wasn't sure. Anyone else have any specific questions of Commissioner Sawchuk, Representative Morales?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Going to the computer crimes unit, is that, because we had we had a number, and I don't remember whether it was yesterday or a month ago, as the days are going, but is this related to Senator Diamond's bill that he
It
brought?
is actually.
Where this came from, and is that the negotiations or the, is that, let me just ask that question. Is this related to Senator Diamond's bill?
It is, absolutely. And I had a number of conversations with Senator Diamond along the way, and this is absolutely the outcome of that. And my understanding is when Senator Diamond came back to testify reference to that specific bill, that was taken off the table, knowing that this change package was on the way.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, we will turn it over to Commissioner Liberty.
And Senator, what I'll do is I'll send along that one pager and the behavioral health plan now that it's been vetted and is for public consumption. So I'll ship both of those to Jane now. So you have some access to that. And we're happy to take questions in any format before next Tuesday if we need to dig anything else out, and then we'll work on Representative Costain's question about the retirement.
Good.
So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
One moment,
Commissioner.
I think Representative Morales, is that a new hand? No, it's an old hand. Okay. Thank you. And again, thank you, Commissioner Sawchuk.
Thank you.
I now will welcome again Commissioner Liberty, Commissioner of Corrections. Welcome.
Morning. Thank you. Good morning, Senator Shambo, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee. I'm Commissioner Randall Liberty of the Maine Department of Corrections, and I'm here today to discuss the Department of Corrections initiative within the Governor's Change Package LD 221, an act making unified appropriations and allocations for expenditures of state government, general fund, and other funds, and changing certain provisions of the law necessary to the proper operations of state government for the fiscal years ending June 30, 2021, and June 30, 2022, and June 30, 2023. Keeping in mind the administration's strong priorities of education, public health, and our local communities, climate, our economy, and making good on promises of state government, this administration has, over the past 2 weeks or so, carefully crafted 3 proposals which together chart a path for robust and widespread economic recovery and growth. First, the governor unveiled her Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan. This administration's proposal to invest more than $1 billion in discretionary federal relief funds allocated to Maine under the American Rescue Plan Act, meant to make historic investments in unaddressed needs and longstanding challenges to achieve 3 goals. They are immediate economic relief from the pandemic, long-term economic growth for Maine, and infrastructure revitalization. The plan draws heavily on recommendations from the Governor's Economic Recovery Committee and the state's 10-year economic development strategy, transforming these plans into real action to improve the lives of our people and to strengthen the economy. We look forward to collaboration with the legislature as we further refine these specifics, these initiatives to meet these goals. Also presented was a bond proposal aimed at rebuilding Maine's transportation system and conserving lands and waters. The proposal dictates $100 million to maintain and upgrade Maine's transportation system through the Maine Department of Transportation, and also dedicates $40 million over 4 years to conserve lands and waters for Maine people through the Land for Maine Future program. And most recently, Governor Mills unveiled Part 2 budget for the fiscal year 22-23 biennium, thanks to Maine's good financial position, reflecting fiscally responsible moves by the governor and this legislature, a proposal that makes a historic investment in Maine's public schools and meets the state's obligation to pay 55% of the cost of K-12 education for the first time in Maine's history. This proposal includes the addition of bipartisan proposals or priorities, such as the initiatives to improve the health of Maine's people, relief for Maine people most adversely impacted by the pandemic, or overburdened by rising property taxes, enhanced revenue sharing with municipalities, PFAS remediation and infrastructure upgrades, and adds money to the budget stabilization fund. The proposal, which is balanced and does not raise taxes, also leaves approximately $23 million in funding for the table for use of lawmakers' discretion. I'll now go into the details that relate specifically to the Maine Department of Corrections. The Maine Department of Corrections has 3 major initiatives in this change package. The first is the Correctional Medical Services, which is a carrying account. Fiscal year 22 is in the amount of $6,404,566. And in fiscal year 23, $7,466,653. This initiative requests funding to cover the increased costs of treatment services for residents related to hepatitis C, as I briefed you before, the expansion of medication-assisted treatment for substance use disorders, which includes methadone medications, and services for Women's Intensive Mental Health Unit. The second initiative is the Juvenile Community Corrections. In fiscal year 22 is $1,187,403. And in fiscal year 23 is $1,229,380. This initiative is not asking for funding. It is a request for the reduction in personnel services costs from the Long Creek Development Center. These funds will instead fund the juvenile community housing and programming, as we've described during conversations on the Division of Juvenile Services Action Plan. By eliminating 13.5 positions from Long Creek, we begin reducing the personnel services, effectively allowing us to move $1,187,403 in fiscal year 22 and $1,229,380 in fiscal year 23 to fund juvenile community housing and programming that we've been discussing throughout this session. The funds will be moved from the Juvenile Community Corrections account. By transferring the amount of $94,456 in fiscal year 22 and $98,134,000 in fiscal year 23 associated with a juvenile program worker position at Long Creek, we'll be able to fund a new position of restorative justice coordinator within the Maine Department of Education to serve youth involved in the juvenile justice system. The third initiative is administrative corrections, fiscal year 22 for $48,361, and fiscal year 23, $48,361. This initiative establishes for technology costs for the reopening of Down East Correctional Facility, and these costs are associated with computers, phones, and security technology, which were not included in the original biennium budget. That concludes my testimony. I look forward to answering questions for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Liberty. And excuse me, any questions? Representative Luckner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Liberty. So this restorative justice position within DOE, what sort of authority within DOC and over juvenile corrections will this position have?
That position will be used in a diversionary sort of method, embedded with the Maine Department of Corrections, spending time in the schools and working to establish programs in the schools and to assist schools with restorative justice practices that would hopefully divert youth from coming into our system in a preventive sort of a way.
Thank you.
Any further questions of Commissioner Liberty? Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here and sharing this information. I'm looking on page 2, number 2, and I just want to get the math right. So if we could go through it together a little slower. Juvenile Community Corrections, fiscal year 22. This is, when it says fiscal year 22, 1,187,000, and then fiscal year 23, 1,220,000, that, those are the amounts that are being taken away from the budget.
That's correct. That's from eliminating those 13.5 positions and transferring the value in dollars into the community.
Okay. So we'd still be looking at a biennial of about 35 million for 26 youth.
Not exactly. As we described, Madam Chair, we also have eliminated positions for RISE and for STEPS. And as we discussed, we'll be transferring about $6 million worth of positions into the community. As just previously discussed, the cash for those 13.5 converted into monetary assets for the community-based work. And then we'll have about 18.75 positions that will be going into Bering's House, which we've signed a contract in Auburn, and that's what the male youth will be. And then we have already established the program for STEPS just outside of Long Creek for the girls, and those are 17.75 position. So it's about $6 million that we've shaved from the Long Creek budget this year.
Thank you for that. And is that, where do we see that? Is that in Part A or Part B of the change package itself?
Those positions in STEPS and Bearings are not part of a change package. It would be nothing more than an additional, we're still using the same, we're not changing those positions. Those are Maine Department of Corrections staff that are staffing those two positions. And they're just pushed out of the Long Creek proper into those residential base facilities. So that's not a change. Yeah, there still are employees. There's no change there. The only thing that requires a change package is the 13.5 converting those positions into monetary.
Okay, I appreciate that. So so let me say again that we are talking about 27 youth.
Correct.
Even
there are 27 youth.
27 youth. We're going to move some of them outside of sort of Long Creek proper into Barrows.
Correct.
We're going to move some of them into Western Maine or Androscoggin County. But
Right.
we'll still have the same number of youth, that's 27, and we'll still be spending about 35 million over 2 years to support those 27 youth.
Correct.
Okay.
But there'll be much
That's what I
more.
was-
The monies that we push into the community will be serving many, many more than the 27. So that's what we currently have residing in Long Creek now.
I get
27.
that.
Yeah.
I get that. I'm just trying to make sure that I have it right in my head. I hear what you're saying absolutely about the 2.5 million, that will be serving the youth that aren't in Long Creek. I was just trying to thank you very much. I wanted to make sure I had those figures correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I have Representative Morales, followed by Representative Costain, and then Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Commissioner. Good morning.
Good morning.
My questions, I've got a couple. So the 2.5 million that's going to go into community, that's not associated with the staffing for Bearings and STEPS. Is that in addition to the 2 million that you have traditionally included in your budget for juvenile services that went to diversion and programming, or is this not in addition to?
It's in addition to all the work that we're doing in the communities now.
Okay.
It's an increase.
It's an increase. So really we could look at it as 4.5 million of community investment in diversionary programming. So we're not getting rid of any of the other contracts that we have with Restorative Justice Institute or any of those. That's all okay.
This is all coming from Long Creek, reduction in staffing from Long Creek. Yep.
Okay, understood. And just wondering about, we've had to approve, and again, I've only been on this committee for 3 years, but we've had to approve things like Downey Correctional Facility, what we're doing with that, providing services to residents of that building. My understanding is we have to approve what happens to a building like Long Creek or Maine State Prison, and so I'm wondering, is there no requirement for this committee and the legislature to approve creating another correctional facility, which, you could make the argument that Bearings and STEP are, creating another correctional facility. But your understanding is that that's not necessary to do under our current statutory scheme?
No, that's correct. These are residentially based transitional sort of houses. That's correct. I do not believe that needs legislative action.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
So out of the 27 people that are going to be left at Long Creek, how many of those 27 people that are there could not be sent out into the community? So because of why they're there, how many of those 27 could not be sent out?
The 27 that are there, when we began this journey with the Juvenile Justice Task Force and we gathered data, there was a fair amount of individuals that could be transferred into the community back when we had 60 or so residents there. Since we've distilled that to 27 or so, and the judiciary and the JCCOs are all working together to find other diversionary sort of options, that distilled number, those individuals have significant crimes attached to their behavior. The ones that are committed now, 16 of those individuals, 16 of the 16 that are committed have committed felonies. 10 of the 16 have history dating back more than 2 years and have the sustained sort of behavioral pattern. Since 2016, 8 of the youth have been charged and sent to Long Creek for attempted murder or manslaughter. So some significant, and we can go into more detail about, some sort of background crimes and why they're there. But to answer your question, it gets more and more challenging to release individuals into the community when the crimes are felonious. And there's been a significant pattern of behavior of maybe sexual assault or manslaughter or assaulting an officer, or this pattern of behavior where they need to be confined for some period of time, receive treatment, and to improve their likelihood of recidivism. So it gets very difficult as the number begins to dwindle. These 27 need some form of secure confinement for public safety matters and for them to pause and get the treatment that they need and deserve.
So follow up, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead.
So I know we've talked a lot in this committee about Long Creek closing, et cetera, et cetera. So if Long Creek was to close, we would still need a facility for 25 to 30 juveniles that could not be into these diversion programs and what we've talked about today. Is that correct?
That's correct. We talked about numbers and we talked about regional secure confinement and us exploring that's part of the Brennan bill, where we know that youth do better if they're co-located in their communities and having 3 regions and all of that. But we will always need some form of secure confinement for those youth that have committed crimes that are certainly a concern for public safety. The 11 detained youth that we have right now, 11 of those, all of them were crimes against people. 5 had a history involving weapons. And so there needs to be an opportunity to secure these youth, provide the programming and treatment that they need, protect the public. We'll always need some form of confinement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
I have Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I kind of want to stop not beat around the bush. I want to get right to the real issue here. We know by the bills that have come into our committee, and rightfully so, they've come in, that there is a flavor of wanting to shut Long Creek down completely. I mean, that's out there, and take and use the funding for Long Creek and put it into services and some of the things that you're talking about today and what you want to do. So my question to you is this: the strategic plan that you laid out before us earlier this year, and what you wanted to do, and then the attaching with 546, which is Representative Brennan's bill, which is where you kind of landed with that and working that out. We've got a side-by-side that we can look at of that. The purpose for that was to have a trial program to get out here and see how this works, rather than just move everything all at one time. Am I right in that, or am I missing something there?
Thank you, Representative. That's a great question. In my estimation, it's important we carved out a third of Long Creek's budget, push that in the community. We've provided 2 residential settings, community-based confinement, secure, staff secure confinement in both in South Portland and one in Auburn now. And it's important for us to monitor that for a period of time, 6 to 9 months maybe, and just see where the data lands, and also explore options, as in the Brennan bill, explore options to see where we may be able to push further residential secure and staff secure, and report back. But at this point, I think it would be imprudent to talk about closing one particular secure facility when we don't have the resources in the community to do that. I also think that it's going to be quite expensive to create new, smaller, confined facilities throughout each region. And so that has to be part of the discussion about what's the cost associated with new construction. As we've been talking at Maine Correctional Center and at Down East Correctional Facility over the last couple of years, it's expensive to build. And so that becomes a part of the discussion also.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So what I've heard in your testimony today would tell me that you are, coupled with what you just spoke about and what you're trying to do in your strategic plan, you're trying to be proactive in trying to get kids diverted from even coming to a facility in the first place, through the educational piece that you're trying to work with as well, and the restorative justice piece that you're talking about. So let me just ask you this: are you thinking down the road and knowing that at some point, if things work out in the program that you're trying to do and what you're trying to do, diverting people from coming into the system and this and that, that eventually that more parts of Long Creek will close down, to the point it may even at some point close down, but this is not the proper time to do it? We're getting the cart before the horse if we do it. Is that what I'm reading?
Thank you, Representative. I think it's important that I believe it's premature to discuss closing of Long Creek at this point. I want to make data-driven decisions. I want to see what these community-based facilities, how they resolve, how our diversionary work, and how our investments in the community result, and what the numbers look like. And also allow us some time to explore what other options are for secure confinement in the communities. But yes, to answer your question, I believe it's premature to discuss closure of Long Creek.
Thank you very much for explaining that, sir. I think it's important to get that out there.
Thank you.
I have Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, sorry, I'm listening into another committee in preparation for a work session, so I'm sorry, a little bit distracted. Commissioner, I wanted to go back to Representative Costain's question to you about the 27 children currently there, and you had mentioned that 11 of the detained youth are there for crimes against people. And I was wondering if you could provide us, and it doesn't have to be right now if you don't have it in front of us, up in front of you, but how many of those were crimes against a corrections officer and then crimes against others? I think that would be good to know. And then looking at those 11, I know you do risk assessments for every child who's there and of course de-identified, but if you can provide us with the risk assessments based on the evidence-based tool that you use, that would be informative for the committee.
Yes, I'll be glad to provide that, Your Representative. Thank you.
I just want to mention, you said the 11th, those were detainees, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All done, Representative Morales? Okay. I have Representative Lookner followed by Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking, okay, so these numbers that we have, we've got 27 in Long Creek right now. And you said 17 going to the step house, is that right? Like how many are going to the new houses of these 27? So between
Yes, Representative. So we in steps we have 4 to 5 girls. That's the girls program. It's a smaller because we've done a good job of diverting girls from incarceration and finding other alternatives. And in the boys, which will be Bering's House in Auburn, we'll have 6 to 8, depending on the acuity level and the challenges there.
So then we're talking about, sounds like we'll have 15 or 16 residents left in Long Creek after that transfer.
Maybe. It all depends on the acuity level, the risk assessment and all of that. So remember, youth come in, frequently, and depending on our ability to divert and find other resources, we are hoping, it is our aim to find community-based resources for them prior to them arriving, and to invest in transitional work that'll prevent them from returning. And so that's why I say it's important to have data-driven decisions, see how this goes in the next 9 months, see what our impact is, see where we can continue to draw down more resources from Long Creek that are already appropriated, push those into the community and continue that work. What I don't want to do is I don't want to do this too quickly, have a leap of faith and have our youth that need our assistance, need our transitional assets, need our, any of the resources we can provide them, and have them fall through the cracks and end up in the adult system. And so I want to do a systemic, well thought out, data-driven involvement, investing the money that's already appropriated and continue to push that into the community, but in a safe, well thought out, data-driven, advocacy informed, youth informed sort of process.
Great. I appreciate that. And I do appreciate that. That's a very thoughtful response and approach. And you were saying something to the effect of, 6 to 9 months to sort of see how these new residential facilities are working out. Did I hear you say that when you were responding to Representative Pickett's questions?
That's correct. That'll allow us to use this money from transitioning the 13.5 positions, push that money into the community, into nonprofits, into some housing, into transitional work, all of those things that we know that make these youth successful in a diversion sort of way and in a transitional sort of way to demonstrate that success and allow us to continue to reinvest those resources that are already appropriated by the legislature back into the community. This is just phase 1. Phase 2 will be that assessment portion and that continued reinvestment in the community.
Terrific. And I know, this might be a bit hard, but can you put dates on like where these different phases are going to start?
I would suspect that we'll have good data to draw on. I would say, between, probably March, because we start receiving that money in January to reinvest in the community. And it'll take a little while to draft contracts, do RFPs, to get those community folks, organizations, maybe to do some hiring, to do further support, contracts with, potential housing opportunities for youth. And so it'll take a little bit of time for that to settle down. Many of you have been involved in contracts and hiring and trying to, build out some of these nonprofits. It'll take a little bit of time, maybe 90 to 100 days to get that sort of settled out. So it may take that 6 months for us to see the population decline, for us to see the positive impacts of our investments. And then we can make an informed decision about how much more and where we place that money, not just the amounts that we obtain and reduce through reduction in population, but also where is that money best spent.
Gotcha. I'd like to see some dates on that. I don't know if it's possible for you to come up with like dates on these different phases.
Yep.
I'd appreciate, if you could give us a ballpark at some point.
Sure, okay, sure.
Okay, I've got Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to go back. This is really helpful and I appreciate it. I want to go back to the questions that Representative Costain asked because I may have misheard. When Representative Costain was wrapping up his question, he said to you, so there are probably 25 youth that need secure confinement that can't be out in the public. And you said yes. Is that true? Did you mean to, did I mishear that?
So we need to, no, you did not. So we need to recognize that all of these youth are on separate journeys. Some have arrived 18 months ago with maybe a charge with a felony, has done the work that they need to do, and they can be they're sort of released incrementally. The challenge is we may release one to Bearings today, but one or two may come in behind them. So we need to figure out what kind of success we're having with the investments in the community, both with the housing and with the nonprofits that are doing our work as stakeholders. So right now we're releasing them as we feel they are safe to be released and as they have the safety nets and the programming in the community to assist them to be successful.
Okay, because I think and I don't want to put words in Representative Costain's, I don't want to assign anything to him, but I heard his question as, and maybe I'm going to ask it so that I can be really clear about it. How many youth right now need to be locked up inside Long Creek because they provide a safety risk to our community?
Okay, so the 27 that we have right now, they need to be there for at least a short period of time to stabilize, receive programming, and for us to do assessments and kind of figure out if there is placement for them, safe placement, and maybe Bearings or steps. And so the 27 that are there right now, I can go down through a list of sort of the offenses and behavior that each of them has conducted, but they're all on a journey. And some of these pose a significant public safety risk based upon a long period of behavior over time and the nature of their crimes. And so again, some of them there will be assessed, programmed, and can be released to Bearings over a short period of time. Others, it's not a fixed, it's not a fixed sentence, right? And so there's a real, there's an awful lot of work that goes into releasing them safely. And the ones that are there now need to be there. Some are approaching release. Some are approaching release into steps. Some are approaching release into Bearings. But the ones that are there now, again, I can summarize and go down through the specific sort of behaviors and crimes that has happened. And again, the challenge with gathering data and the task force that you and I served on, that data, some of it is 3 years old, some of it's 2 years old now. And when we've reduced the population from 60 to 27, most of those individuals that were there for safekeeping sort of, or for their best, for their own good sort of, because the family challenges or no resources in the community, those folks are gone. We've distilled this to a very tight number with some pretty challenging behaviors and crimes.
Okay, I thank you for that. I know that it probably feels like I'm being nitpicky, but I'm not trying to be. I'm trying to really get my arms around So we don't actually know that we're going to be moving 4 to 5 girls and 6 to 8 boys?
We are. The girls are there now. They're moved there.
Let me just
Yes.
stop you, because I
Yep.
think you know what I'm trying to, I agree with everything that you said about this is a journey. I love that word journey. It's very social worky, makes me feel very comfortable. They're all on a journey. I get all of that. But what I'm trying to figure out is how many youth do we have that provide a public safety threat so that they need to be in a secure confinement? Because that's really what this is going to come down to. Nobody in this committee is interested in someone who has murdered their parents or killed another kid being out. We all know that.
Right.
It's important that we have an idea of what those numbers are. So you cannot say 27 kids provide that public safety threat and need to be there, and also say, but 4 to 5 and 6 and 8, we're moving out. So that's the piece I'm trying to get to.
Okay, so what happens is, although they may have committed a public safety related crime, over time, they can be released. And over time, all of these youth will be released. It's important to remember also that of the 27 that are in our custody now, 11 of those are detained. An arrest is made, law enforcement feels as though there's a public safety risk, the judiciary believes the same, they come in. So 11 of those are there now.
Great.
The judiciary is trying to figure out, what do we do with this individual? What's the best placement? Do they need to do some secure time? And this buys some time for them. So 11 of those, we're not quite sure right now, but the judiciary thought it was important for them to be confined at this point for public safety matters.
Thank you very much.
16 of them are committed and they've been adjudicated.
So is it fair to say that a facility that housed 15 and below, secure confinement, no in and out, no delayed opening doors like we maybe are going to have in the Steps house and the Barrows house, 15 and below has pretty much been our number, our highest number of youth that need this, like there is no coming in and out, they are locked up?
I would say it'd be higher than that, 20 to 25, because the expansion and contraction, depending on trends and all of that. If we only had 15 beds,
20 to 25?
I would think that would probably statewide, that might serve us well.
And what do you mean by statewide, Commissioner?
Statewide. So I mean, if we were to do the Brennan bill and we were to find regionally based secure confinement in each of the regions, probably 15 to 20 of those secure beds would serve us well at this point.
That's the part that I feel like is super expensive. So yeah. I feel like that should be like the one place. And I hope that the committee members agree, like there's one place that's 20 to 25 youth. It is secure. Mm-hmm. It is there. This is a place for public safety. These folks provide a threat. And then your idea of the smaller residential, mm-hmm. Am I not understanding? Because that was my understanding of Steps and Barrows, that those are houses that aren't secure confinement. There's, I think you guys described it as slow opening doors or alarms, yep. etc.
That's correct. And so
you aren't thinking of more than one really secure confinement place, are you?
The Brennan bill looks at, and I'll let Representative Brennan speak for himself, but that bill looks at 3 regionally based with secure confinement in each of those regionally based facilities. For me, at this point, in 2021, Long Creek provides that reception where most of our clinical and therapeutic work happens. We do our assessments. We decide if they need residential, if they need to be confined there, and then we can push them out from there. But all of this is sort of going to play into what's the price tag, how does this all work? And again, I think that we can make a more informed presentation and have more informed discussion if I have that time to gather that data. I would also say that it would provide much clarity for the committee. I do have the document that was requested by you, Madam Co-Chair, I believe, on the specific crimes that are related to the youth that are currently incarcerated, 27 specific crimes de-identified. But the Attorney General's office provided counsel saying that could not be presented, although it's been de-identified. I would think that it would be very useful if I would be able to share an executive session with this committee, the specific behaviors and crimes that have occurred that would, I think, allow you to have more informed decision when you talk about who could be pushed into the community safely and who needs to be confined specifically. I have that document here. I can present that to you if we have the time to do that in executive session, but I can't do that publicly for the protection of the privacy of our youth.
And I appreciate that so much. I was trying, and I think the committee was trying to get a sense of some demographics of the remaining population, as a way to get a picture of what do we need in our continuum of care for juveniles. And my co-chair and I, Senator DeChambeau and I, talked about it. And already by doing committee and legislature by Zoom, I am constantly worried about maintaining a process that invites the public in as much as possible. And to go one step further and even take something off Zoom, I can't say yes to that. I think that it sends out a perception that I am not interested in sending, and I don't make policy behind closed doors. And I know that's not what you're intending to do, and I hope that you don't take it that way, but it could look that way. And I care very much about making this the proper decision. We've been working on this for years. I'm going to keep pushing for us to make the proper decision, but I cannot call an executive session of this committee. That's just a step too far away from public view. And we decided that together as co-chairs. And if there's a way for you to work to de-identify that information further, I trust that it would be helpful for the members of this committee. But if you can't, then we're going to have to do without it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is very foundational to the very decision of who can be released and who cannot. Again, I have the list in front of me, and when we talk about things like gross sexual assault or unlawful trafficking or assault on an officer, assault ×3, terrorizing, criminal threatening with a weapon, tampering with a witness, terrorizing ×3. These charges go on and on with these individuals, and I feel it's very challenging for the committee, especially when we had the task force indicated that a bunch of the youth didn't have to be there for public safety issues. Now that we've distilled this down to 27, both detained and committed, these charges are significant, and it makes it really difficult to make an informed decision when you're not aware of the substantial crimes and behaviors of the youth that are in our custody. That's all. That's my intent to do that. I don't know how else to do it because, again, legal counsel advised me not to, in spite of our identifying names, towns, gender, they still advise against it. And so I don't know where we go from here, but these are significant charges with victims and communities that are at risk.
Yeah, I think we often in government we make a lot of decisions about what we can share and not share with public that I disagree with.
Yeah.
You know, we aren't that high above the people we serve. So, so I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be willing to do that. So thank you for that. I'll yield.
I believe it's Representative Costain, followed by Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify. I think my question was to the commissioner was how, if we were going to close Long Creek, how big of a facility or how much would we need for the people that could not be released? And I think we've come to that conclusion around 25, a facility for at least 25. And maybe included in that would be people that were waiting to see what happened to them. Is that correct, Commissioner?
Yes, Representative. I think that would be accurate at this point. This snapshot prior to our investment in the community that we're making this next fiscal year, and prior to significant implementation of bearings and all of that. So that's where we are right now. Certainly.
Follow up.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Is it a fact that we own Long Creek? We don't pay anything for that. We own that facility, correct?
That's correct. Other than the normal utilities,
Right.
that is owned outright by the state of Maine.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, just before I forget it, a follow up to what Representative Costain just asked you about owning Long Creek. So that is a possibility at somewhere down the line in the program that you're trying to set up, of possibly retrofitting into something that works for what you're trying to accomplish right now. And as far as having the property and the use of the property and that stuff, is that correct?
That's correct. At this point, prior to us implementing our investments in the community with diversion and transition, Long Creek for me is a critical part of the operation. And it's an efficient way to deliver a very good service by the dedicated staff that work there.
Okay, thank you. And just a final thought or a final statement. I understand fully your dilemma of being asked a question that you really can't give the answer to. And I understand, I think we all understand that. I think Representative Warren understands that as well. So I think that question that we're trying to get the answer to without being able to have this in a public meeting, other than what you're able to give us, I think what we're going to have to do in making our decisions is we're going to have to trust and rely on what you're able to give us. When you say that these young people are not able to be out in the community, we're going to have to trust you in that. We can't dig down on it if we can't talk about it. So we're going to have to trust in that. And I think if we don't do that, unfortunately, we put ourselves in a bad position to try to really thoughtfully work through this and come to some conclusion. That's just my opinion on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, my turn. Commissioner, I'm going to ask a couple of questions because I don't know what has changed since I used to be involved in that. Number one, do you have, I'm going to call them students, residents, I guess, that are there up to age 21 now?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Are anyone, when they turn 21, do you have anyone there that will be bound over to the adult system?
Senator, I'm not quite sure right now with that population. I'll get that information for you. I am aware of, I'm just receiving information that we do not have anyone that will be bound over in this current population.
Okay. So that's something I wanted the general public and the members to know also. Some of the crimes are high level murders, what have you. at age 16, you don't get released at 21. The other thing I thought of is what kind of an assessment you will undertake to decide which student can go out in the general, well, it's the community. It's not general population, it's the community. It's a home. And then I thought that's pretty much what we do in the adult system with SCCP. Will you be using some of those what's the words I want to use? The dynamics of how someone gets assessed to be accepted into the community, such as, will you be, or the probation officers contacting the DAs or victims or anything to advise them, or you know, and forgive me if I'm going to interject with this. At some point, victims in the community have to know, or else I feel we are setting up the individual to fail. The neighborhoods or the victims will make it very difficult. It takes a while to do this. Not everybody embraces, if they were a victim of a crime, that someone is released or in their neighborhood. So I'm interested in the kind of assessment that you envision prior to release.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we'll use a process that's similar throughout our system. It's a multidisciplinary process where the psychologists and social workers that have done the risk reduction programming, and sort of everyone has a seat at the table, everything from the leadership of the administration to the psychologists, the substance use disorder folks, all working collaboratively to determine whether or not somebody has received appropriate programming that allow them to be safe. The only time the victims are notified is if they request to be notified on particular actions. And so if they request to be notified, we do, and we keep them informed so they are aware and have good situational awareness. If they wish not to be bothered and be done with the incident, we do that. We respect those wishes also. To answer your question, it's a multidisciplinary sort of decision with all of the stakeholders involved to ensure public safety and a smooth transition for the resident in our care.
So I also will assume that once a young person is at Long Creek, probably as a detainee or gets sentenced, that there is somewhat of a case plan that the young person knows what they have to do to go out into the community.
Yes, that's a question. That's critical to the navigation through the system. When they arrive and they're assessed and it's determined, they need clarity on what I need to do to be successful to navigate my way through the system and to address those circumstances that brought me here, whether it be substance use disorder, mental health challenges, trauma, neglect, poverty, whatever all those things are. It's really our staff's intent to address those issues, have clarity on what it means to be successful navigating through the process, and that they're clear on those objectives.
Okay, and then the rest, I just want to make a comment on. I'm looking beyond Long Creek, and once the resident is in a, quote, for lack of a better term, group home or a home in the community, I see great advantage to the role of families and family reunification because it's normal. The other thing, I would expect that once they are in this home, they will attend local schools, get job trainings.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So it's very normalized. Thank you very much. Anyone else have any questions of the commissioner at all? I want to echo what Representative Warren was talking about the confidentiality. When I heard that you had that data that you heard us speak about it, and what you included for some felt like you were going to give us more than what really was asked for. It did put us in a bind. Once we know it, we don't want to misspeak to someone and let it out. And I was advised by some of your staff that even though we did not know the name, Maine is still a little town. People know the crime, it was front page, what have you. And we were afraid to know too much and let it out. And it's very easy to identify who that individual is. So it put us in a bind, and it was best, if we want to know 25 crimes and without identifying anybody, that's something we can do. Or how old are they? What's the range? How long has the longest child been in there? And maybe just give a reason. But having all that data, for me, even, it got scary. I did not want to know too much. All right, so thank you.
Thank you.
I want to thank Commissioner Liberty and also Commissioner Sawchuck. I think you've answered our questions, and I'm sure we'll meet each other again. So,
Thank you. Good to see you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, it's 11:35. We've done the change package. My goodness, do we break now, or does anybody have anything else? Because we could do the public hearing unless Representative Warren says that there might be other people testifying.
You can't do a public hearing ahead of a time you've advertised. Deb has something to add, though.
Yeah, I was just going to.
I just have a request for all of you to watch for some emails from Casey Milligan. There was a series of them that came out this morning between 9 and 11, asking you to sign off on 7 bills. And they'll all say either response required or reminder response required. So if you could just make sure you get all 7 of them. And if you want a list, I can give you a list.
Deb, are they all in one email or
No.
7 different emails?
7 different emails.
Well, okay. I did one last night. That was the only one I saw. Okay.
All right, let me give you a list so you could write it down and check them off. LD 419, LD 994, LD 1052, LD 1016, LD 1040, LD 1290, and LD 1278. That'd be great, so we can move them all along.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I am all set. It is 11:40 and we are due back at 1 p.m. for public hearing. You have that? Okay. Good day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
back in and restart again. Yep, now leave it going.
Right
out,
there.
then we'll Start over.
Yep.
Yep,
You just gotta get to that little green icon there.
I went downstairs.
Ooh.
I had
You might
one.
wanna check
Everybody ready? Good, thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is still the Criminal Justice Public Safety Standing Committee. And this afternoon, we have one new bill. So this is a public hearing, and we'll have people from the public who wish to testify on LD 1044, an act to protect the rights of certain incarcerated individuals. And we have the same people here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, great. Let me just say that I am Senator Susan DeChambeau. We have Representative Pickett, Representative Rednicki, Representative Warren, Representative Newman, Representative Morales, and Representative Pluker with us from this morning. So I will turn this over to or introduce Representative Warren, whose bill is LD 1044.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau and esteemed colleagues of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I'm Charlotte Warren, and I'm pleased to present LD 1044, an act to protect the rights of certain incarcerated individuals. This act is simple, it is needed, and it is in line with Mainer's repeatedly demonstrated values of inclusion and equality for LGBTQ+ people in our state. LD 1044 is a simple bill. It guarantees transgender people, those whose gender identity is different from the one assigned to them at birth, who are incarcerated in Maine's correctional facilities, 2 key rights. It guarantees them the right to have their gender identity recognized and respected in their interactions with staff and representatives of the correctional facility. And it guarantees that they will be housed and searched in a manner consistent with their gender identity. It is a needed bill. Transgender people experience disproportionate rates of incarceration. A 2015 study by the National Center for Transgender Equality found that transgender Americans are incarcerated at more than twice the rate of their cisgender counterparts. Incarcerated transgender people face a myriad of unique challenges and dangers, especially risk for sexual victimization and abuse by staff and other incarcerated persons. It is far, I'm sorry? Senator DeChambeau, you're not muted, so I'm hearing the comments from the committee room. I'll finish. Incarcerated transgender people face a myriad of unique challenges and danger, especially risk for sexual victimization and abuse by staff and other incarcerated persons. It is far more unsafe to be a transgender person than a cis person in prison in America. A 2015 report on experiences of transgender people in the incarceral system asked about experiences. One inmate said, quote, "I was in jail for 12 days, housed with male detainees. Upon being booked, I was escorted to the shower area where I was forced to strip down and shower with male inmates who made sexual advances towards me while mocking me for being different. I feared for my life, and the guards were of no help because they mocked me for being transgender," unquote. Another report, quote, "LGBTQ people behind bars," stated that staff who are often responsible for perpetuating abuse themselves may blame LGBTQ prisoners for their own victimization, believing they are, quote, flaunting themselves and refusing to take grievances or reports of abuse seriously. If their vulnerability is recognized at all, transgender and gender nonconforming people often face additional forms of mistreatment. Many facilities still house transgender people strictly according to their genital anatomy or the gender they were thought to be at birth, often increasing their vulnerability to abuse. Facilities may deny them access to gender-appropriate clothing or grooming items and punish them for attempting to express their gender identity. Whether you believe the intent of incarceration is to punish the crime committed or to work towards rehabilitation, surely we can agree that victimization should not be part of that punishment. And experiences of discrimination and transphobia are counterproductive to rehabilitation. Affirming an inmate's gender identity, for example, by having their identity respected by staff and other representatives of the correctional facility, has been shown to reduce risk of suicide and sexual violence, making our incarceral facilities safer. This bill is a policy consistent with where federal government is headed. The Prison Rape Elimination Act already provides some protections for transgender people with regards to housing and search procedures, and includes a duty to protect incarcerated people from sexual victimization. This includes taking transgender people's self-identification of their gender identity seriously and ensuring that their safety is considered when choosing their housing placement. Failure to ensure transgender people's safety can be expensive. Although the PREA standards are legally binding on federal prisons, state prison systems can face penalties on their federal funding if they are found not to be in compliance. The Department of Justice recently clarified its position on the treatment of incarcerated transgender individuals, and that failure to protect and house transgender people can constitute an Eighth Amendment violation. In a recent statement of interest, the Department of Justice stated that, quote, these requirements are embodied by the Prison Rape Elimination Act standards and professional medical standards that are relevant to the Eighth Amendment analysis. Prison officials violate the Constitution by categorically refusing to assign transgender prisoners to housing that corresponds to their gender identity, even if an individualized risk assessment indicates that doing so is necessary to mitigate a substantial risk of serious harm. I think it's important to pay attention to these comments about PREA, because you're going to hear testimony that suggests something otherwise, what PREA actually demands of us. This bill is what Maine wants to do anyway. Maine is already a national leader in our treatment of LGBTQ plus population, including in our incarcerated facilities. LD 1044 strengthens our existing rules for how incarcerated transgender people are treated. It affirms our intentions for fair treatment by shoring up existing policies so that our state's walk matches our state's talk. I thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony to you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee? In the middle of that presentation, Representative Warren, I was a little confused. Some of the examples and quote complaints you spoke of is foreign to me, having worked inside and had a number of transgender prisoners. I was wondering if that information came from the state of Maine, or I missed where some of these reports came from.
Thank you, Senator. Everything in my testimony is footnoted, so you can see exactly where it came from.
Okay, I'm
They're
sorry. Right before your presentation, I mislaid your bill, so I did not look at the footnotes. Let me ask you a question, therefore. Maine still has a small population, and a lot of staff have institutional knowledge. Have you spoken to any staff about or administration about any of these complaints? Does this occur in Maine? Can you tell me that?
I'm personally not on the receiving end of complaints. That's not my job. My job is here with you to work on regulation. So these are complaints from national reports,
Okay.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yeah.
I know that we do a lot of talking in this committee about how Maine is this place that never has mistakes or these issues that other states have. I think that our job is to protect Maine people. And I think that that's what this bill does. I think that we have data that shows that folks that are incarcerated and transgender are at high risk. I see it as my job on this committee to protect them from that risk. I'm not interested in waiting around till we have a certain amount of complaints. My intention is to do as this state, our state, has done in so many other ways that we've led policy for my community. And that's what I intend to do, and that's what I'm doing with this bill.
I just, again, asked the question if you had spoken to administration or if you knew of, it's hard for me to phrase this when I do know what has occurred in the times that we've had a transgender person. It takes a while of assessment. They are not placed with the opposite sex of what they are. There's communication with their physician in the community. So having gone through that, I was taken aback with some of the examples you had. And I totally agree with you. It shouldn't be always, wow, it doesn't happen in Maine. But I want to set this record straight just a little bit, that a lot of attention is given to this fact, just so we don't set them up in a different population that they're not familiar with, do not want to be in, and are fearful. And short of saying anything else that I haven't checked with the commissioner that I could say or should say, but I'll leave it at that. So I will recognize and call upon, excuse me, Representative Costain, followed by Representative Renecki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Warren, I think Senator DeChambeau's partially might have answered my question, but so my question was, if I come in as a male prisoner into the jail, and I tell you that I identify as a female, so am I automatically put in with the females? And I could be, is there any way to prove that I am so that I'm not saying that to get into the female section of the jail? Could you?
Thank you for your question, Representative. We're talking about long-standing gender identity. So,
Okay.
So your question isn't what we're talking about.
Okay.
Thank you for your question.
Excuse me, Representative Renecki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Warren, do we know how many transgender we currently have in the prison system?
I do not know how many individuals are currently incarcerated that are transgender.
So we don't know if there's 1 or 100.
To me, it doesn't matter. I want to provide protections for every Maine person.
Thank you.
Whether it's 1 or 100.
Okay,
And I think we all
no
do.
other questions? Representative Costain, is that an old hand? Okay, thank you. Now, if there are no other questions, I will ask if there are any legislators who wish to provide testimony to LD 1044. Seeing none, anyone in support of 1044, please raise your hand and we will let you in a few at a time.
I'm bringing folks over. There are 3 people in the room: Elizabeth Ward Saxel, Mary Benaudo, and Quinn Gormley.
I don't see them. Does anybody else? Oh, isn't that something?
They have their cameras off.
Oh. Elizabeth Saxel?
You got me now?
Yes, I have you now.
Okay,
right
great.
ahead.
Fabulous. Thank you. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Ward Saxel, and I'm here today on behalf of Maine Sexual Assault Support Centers in support of LD 1044. We know that advancing human rights, including through supporting the agency and autonomy of all people, is critical to ending sexual violence. It is not by chance that individuals who've been marginalized and experience discrimination are also sexually assaulted at a higher rate than those who are not. These include individuals with disabilities, Native women, and transgender people, among others. Individuals who are the most marginalized in our society are far too often the targets of those who seek to exert power and control over them. As you heard in Representative Warren's testimony, trans individuals are significantly at a higher risk of being sexually assaulted than those who are cisgender. The 2015 U.S. transgender study, which Representative Warren also noted, notes that 47% of trans people are sexually assaulted at some point in their lifetime, though many in our field believe that the actual rates are even higher. In order to address this prevalence and the many individuals it represents, we must make strides throughout our society to affirm and respect people's gender identities. I came here primarily, well, among other things, to speak to the Prison Rape Elimination Act standards. But Representative Warren, as usual, did a wonderful job of outlining the details. And so I'm going to just leave you with my testimony on that and just address the issue of transgender individuals and sexual violence. So I just want to note that here in Maine, Maine Sexual Assault Support Centers serve many trans individuals every year. And there are support groups that are held by Maine Transnet and also in collaboration with our agencies who serve numerous individuals. And our experiences here in Maine, disproportionately, individuals who are trans versus cisgender are being sexually assaulted. We also serve individuals who are being sexually assaulted within the prison system. That is a common thing. We are part of the response. You'll see our posters on the wall. Though I have not linked those two stats up, I suspect that what we know about trans individuals and what we know about sexual assault continuing to happen in carceral settings means that it is happening in our facilities. And so we are really enthusiastic about taking whatever additional steps we can take as a state to help protect these vulnerable individuals. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have, and thank you for your time.
I have a question, Ms. Saxel. You said that you work with some people, trans, that were sexually abused, I guess, currently in the prison or have been incarcerated and reported having been.
Right. So I have not actually dug into that kind of the cross-sectional data. And I need to figure out if we can do that. And I will certainly reach out to the sexual assault support centers to get more information. But what I can say is that we serve more individuals who are trans who have been victims of sexual violence than we should based on their percentage of the population. Mm-hmm. And also, we know that those providers are serving individuals who are incarcerated, who have experienced sexual violence within in an incarceral setting. So I'm not saying that I know of specific instances. What I do know is that the likelihood's pretty high given those two pieces that I'm putting together. But I'd be happy to reach out to our sexual assault support centers and see whether or not they have provided services to those individuals. That said, as a marginalized community, they are not as likely to reach out to mainstream sexual assault support centers, and so are likely quite underrepresented within our stats. And frankly, it's something that we're working on through partnerships with Maine Transnet and other kinds of providers. So with all those disclaimers, I will reach out to my providers and see what I can find out.
Thank you. And you also mentioned about the posters of PREA, if they've been sexually abused, who to call and what have you.
Yep.
Let me ask you a hypothetical question, because I really am concerned about this. If you had received some correspondence or a phone call or something, and a trans in one of the main prisons, let's say, identifies as a female but is in a male facility, and reached out to you, would you feel, or could you, maybe not, I'm not sure, in your clinical setting, address that with the commissioner if they did not know or something? You're only responsible for things you ignore. So
no, we can't. We cannot reach out by our confidentiality statute. If that individual who's been, and this is regardless of whether they're trans, incarcerated, whatever, if the individual agrees to, in a written, time-limited, fully informed consent form, that we can share information with a third party, then our providers can do that. And so, under that circumstance, we certainly could share that. And certainly do. I know we've reached out on occasion around issues with the prison and/or jails related to sexual violence, where the individual has wanted an advocate to help in the conversations with those facilities.
Good. Thank you very much. Any questions of Ms. Saxo? Seeing none, again, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Great. I'd like to recognize Mary Donato.
Hi.
Good, thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the committee. I'm very happy on behalf of GLBTQ legal advocates and defenders to be here supporting this bill. Really, this is an issue that my organization has worked on for a very long time because the complaints are very steady. And I can't say that I have the complaints from Maine, because in Maine I've been focused more on juveniles, but I will say that this bill is important as a standard and as prevention, and it recognizes the very real and serious need to ensure the health and safety of transgender people who are incarcerated, and to try to bring Maine into clearly what are developing standards about carceral treatment of transgender people. And so to understand the importance of the bill, I have to step back a minute and just acknowledge that, everyone has a gender, and It's very important in one's life to be able to live consistent with one's gender. And, you know, the brain is the boss of the body, as one doctor has explained to me. So your brain is going to tell you who you are more than your body is. And that matters. So if you're assigned male at birth and you develop psychologically as a male, that's fine. But if you're born male at birth and your gender identity and your brain is telling you you're female, that is how you are going to develop. And that matters in terms of how people are treated. So for transgender people, like anyone, you need to be able to survive as who you know yourself to be. And trans people are made to, by our society, suppress, reject who they are, which leads to disabling and debilitating distress that often manifests as depression, lack of self-esteem, anxiety, suicidality. In prison contexts, it leads to things like self-castration, which is an issue we have been involved in. So this dysphoria, this distress is very real and also very treatable. And that treatment is gender transition, which means medical, social, behavioral supports to live completely consistently with who you are. That's why this is important in the prison context. When you, number one, when you are assigning somebody who identifies as a woman to a male facility, there are serious safety concerns about it. It's just, you know, as with Representative Warren said and Senator DeChambeau, I totally hear your concerns. Where are the main stories? I can't tell you I have them, but we have had them in other states. And in the more detailed testimony I will submit in writing this afternoon, we will tell you about litigation we have filed in this respect, which we have won, because, you know, if there's a safety issue, if there's a management issue, transgender women can be made safe or to be safe in a facility just like other women. And the current DOC policies really are really allowing too many loopholes for trans women to be treated as men to their detriment. I would say my time is up, but thank you.
Thank you. I'm not going to monopolize all the questions. So Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for that, I was wondering if you could talk about the liability risks that Maine would face were we not to put in place standards that protect the health and safety of our transgendered people in our prisons and jails.
I'll try to do the short version of that. The short version of that is, you know, number one, you're talking about the liability of like the main taxpayer, which I think Representative Warren referred to, because when you have somebody who attempts to self-castrate, or you have the kind of, you know, serious victimization and abuse that happens in many, many facilities around the nation, that obviously poses just internal management risks. But in terms of liability, the litigation that we brought on behalf of a woman who had been assigned for years to a male prison, our claims were under the Equal Protection Clause. People are assigned according to their gender identity, but not trans women, putting them in harm's way. So it was Equal Protection and the Americans with Disabilities Act and Rehab Act of 1973 to say there were ways to accommodate this. And the way to accommodate her is to put her in the women's facility. Now, I heard, I think, some good questions. You know, I know there are questions that the DOC has based on their regulations about risks and safety. And of course, those are legitimate issues to focus on. And I would say, as I just tried to explain here, that one way that states can avoid liability, can avoid the kinds of rulings that we won, to avoid the kinds of litigation that the U.S. Attorney for Georgia and the U.S. Department of Justice have been bringing and supporting for segregation of transgender people, is to manage the risks for transgender women, whatever they may be, the same as for other women. We would never tell a non-transgender woman to say that you're a safety risk, so go to a men's prison. But that's what we're doing with transgender women. And that's what's really begun to jump out, not only in court, where federal courts are ruling on behalf of transgender people, but also in terms of other states' policies, including in this region, which I will be happy to supply more information about in my written testimony this afternoon.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Bernardo, I'd love to have a conversation with you, really,
Sure.
given your experience. Maine has a co-ed prison. When a transgender person comes in, we usually get the head the institution gets the heads up from the county to transport. I've been involved, and it takes the longest process to determine, in fact, and it's not a long time. They don't have to be a transgender for a long time. There have been occasions that they were halfway through with treatment, therapy, medications. The intake takes 2 or 3 times longer than the normal person just to come in, is trying to determine where best to be housed. And that takes into account a psychologist, psychiatrist, calling the physician, the contract people, even in Tennessee, having conference calls. There is a determination. I will tell you, and you probably have experienced this yourself with other cases, that they have been placed in the women's facility. And they're very well accepted in there, and things go well. And I remember one time it did not go well. But I wanted to say that because I don't disagree, because I do not know if we have a policy, and I agree with you. Again, not because it's Maine, it's because it's small. And when it comes in only once a year, twice a year, it really, all things stop for that particular person to put them in the right place. We don't want to aggravate their experience in the prison, and especially because of their sexuality. So I wanted to lay that, and it's not a criticism of this bill at all, but that's the history, and I agree with you. Maybe it is time, if we don't have a policy in the state of Maine, we should have one. But sometimes policies are still kind of stringent anyways, but at least it would lay the groundwork. What is it that you have to look at and what you have to do, so there'd be a standard. But in our respect, in the state of Maine, we happen to have a co-ed facility. So I just wanted to share that with you. I didn't know if you were familiar with that. But
May I comment?
Go right ahead, please.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for that. And I hear you about the enormous good faith of people working in these systems. And I also want to acknowledge that Maine's policies do have an individualized assessment process. And because I was trying to cut to the chase, I didn't get into some of the details, which I expect Ms. Gormley will do. But under existing policy, you are allowed to be in a women's facility if you have completed your gender transition with sex reassignment surgery, which is not even something that every transgender person will do or can do. But in any event, other than that, there are a range of factors and criteria to examine. Perhaps that's some of what you were referring to. And in that vein, there's some of the factors that seem to be a proxy for equating transgender status and a lack of safety. And that's why I was bringing that up. So for example, that whether there's a history of violence or predation, the person's size. And that's where we want to object to any sort of correlation between safety and transgender status. And to the extent there's a concern about safety, we would just say, fine, like you have the tools and protocols to manage safety. It doesn't have to be, and requiring somebody to be in a men's prison is not necessarily the way to do that. You would never do that to another woman who presented a safety issue. You'd manage her accordingly in a women's facility. So I do want to acknowledge, there's a big picture here, but what we see is this overwhelming tendency, and I think we see it reflected in the parts of the policy that you'll see in our comments, is to still really push heavily on continuing to separate transgender women into facilities, men's facilities, where they are at grave risk of danger. And as Representative Morales is talking about, raising serious liability issues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions. Again, thank you very much. There was another name the clerk gave me, and okay, I heard Gorman, but it's Gormley. Okay, Quinn, hi there.
Good afternoon. Don't worry, everyone mispronounces it. Good afternoon, Senator Shambo, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Quinn Gormley. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Transgender Network. And I'm here today to urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 1044. Maine Transnet is Maine's sole transgender community organization, and we are the largest statewide transgender support organization in the United States. For 16 years, we have worked to support and empower transgender people to lead thriving lives and to achieve our vision of our Maine, where all people can safely be themselves. We have the unique position in Maine of probably speaking to more transgender people than any other organization or group of individuals in the state. We serve approximately 3,000 to 4,000 transgender people in all 16 counties of Maine on an annual basis, and I can assure you that that includes transgender people who are recently or actively incarcerated in correctional and detention facilities across Maine. In 2020 alone, we received contact from nearly a dozen transgender people who had either recently left an incarcerated facility or were actively incarcerated within the Maine corrections facility. Among those, there's a variety of experiences of how they are housed and how they are treated, but a commonality to all of them are frequent experiences of harassment and abuse, stemming from verbal to sexual and physical harassment and abuse in all gendered facilities. Among them, some are permitted to live in facilities consistent with their gender identity. Others have attempted to live in these facilities and been denied access to them. Some live in these facilities but are searched by members of a different gender than those facilities. And some are admittedly still living in the closet because they are fearful of repercussions of coming out within a environment that they do not deem to be safe or supportive to them. There have been a number of questions this afternoon regarding, is this an issue that we face here in Maine? And I can assure you emphatically that this is not a hypothetical for our state. Transgender people experience discrimination in all aspects of our life, and that specifically includes within Maine's incarceratal facilities. I've spoken with transgender Mainers who have been placed in solitary confinement for multiple months as they awaited processes to determine which facility is most appropriate to place them into based on their gender identity. I've spoken with trans people who have sought who have gone through the existing rules process for being recognized as a trans individual and being placed in a gender affirming facility, who have been denied access to that facility because the administrators of that facility did not deem them sufficiently trans enough, usually based on aspects of their anatomy or physique, whether that is in regards to steps of medical and surgical transition that they have completed, or in the cases of a number of transgender women, the fact that they are tall and large and more muscular, and that they are being equated with their physique being seen as predatory. Existing rules in the state, as you will see mentioned in other testimony today, do seek to attempt to offer safety and to attempt to be accommodating to transgender people, but they fall far short because they are too open and they have too many loopholes for which an administrator lacking a knowledge of our community can deny someone an affirming housing or search process. And I see that I'm out of time, but I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gormley. I
Ms.
will
Gormley.
ask, yes, did I say Mr.? I'm sorry. There, Quinn, I love the name. Let me just ask if there are any questions. Seeing none, again, thank you. I now will recognize Ms. Melnick.
Thank you so much, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Alicia Melnick. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm an attorney at Bernstein Scher testifying on behalf of my client, Equality Maine, the statewide LGBTQ civil rights organization. Equality Maine supports LD 1044 because it would bring important clarity to the rights of transgender folks who are incarcerated by affirming that they should be treated according to their consistently held gender identity with regard to their names and pronouns, as well as in search procedures and housing. This issue, as you've heard, has faced a long and winding road going back to the 1994 US Supreme Court decision in Farmer versus Brennan. In that case, a transgender woman named Dee Farmer was transferred to the US Penitentiary in Terre Haute and placed in the general male population. Within 2 weeks, a cellmate allegedly beat and raped her. Farmer sued in federal district court alleging that prison officials deliberately and indifferently failed to protect her, and that this violated Farmer's protection against cruel and unusual punishment under the Eighth Amendment. In a unanimous decision, the Supreme Court, including Justices Rehnquist, Thomas, and Scalia, held that prison officials may be liable if they showed deliberate indifference to a substantial risk of serious harm when the official was subjectively aware of the risk and disregarded it. The Farmer case laid the groundwork for the passage of the Prison Rape Elimination Act of 2003, or PREA, which you've heard about. And in the following years, and in accordance with the Farmer decision, the Obama administration adopted rules implementing PREA that stated, quote, in deciding whether to assign a transgender or intersex inmate to a facility for male or female inmates, and in making other housing and programming assignments, an agency may not simply assign the inmate to a facility based on genital status. The rules went on to instruct agencies to decide placement based on ensuring the inmate's health and safety. Those rules were the proper way to handle placement due to the devastatingly high risk for sexual assault that incarcerated transgender people face, particularly transgender women in men's prisons. You've heard a lot about the studies that have been conducted, and they're cited in my testimony if you'd like to review them further. Unfortunately, the Trump administration scrapped these rules, instead adopting a policy mandating placements based on assigned sex at birth. This policy ignored the reality of the dangers facing trans inmates, particularly trans women, and dramatically increased the likelihood of new and expensive lawsuits that the transgender inmates would most certainly win under the Farmer precedent, as you heard from Ms. Bonato. One such lawsuit is already underway by a trans woman against the Georgia Department of Corrections, and a few weeks ago, the U.S. Department of Justice weighed in on the side of the plaintiff. Our state can avoid the back and forth swings of federal guidance that keeps changing as administrations change, as well as the expensive lawsuits that we would almost certainly lose, by clarifying in state law that Maine incarcerated trans folks will be treated according to their consistently held gender identity. Please vote ought to pass on LD 1044, and I thank the sponsor for introducing this bill today.
Any questions for Ms. Melnick? Ms. Melnick, you spoke about the Obama era and the addition of PREA as to placement. Let's take the state of Maine. Who would place them in? I'm trying to think, is it the court that would be an error if they somehow knew or was given information the individual is transgender? And then part two is the sheriff transports, and based on the length of sentence, they go to the male prison. I mean, at what point does the determination be made where that individual will be housed?
I think, at any decision point being made around placement decisions or search decisions or things like that, that those decisions should be made consistent with that person's held gender identity. So I don't know in terms of those, you named some specific decision points, and my understanding that at every decision point where you're determining whether to place someone in a male facility or a female facility, for example, that should be done in line with that person's gender identity.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
Anyone,
thank you for the question.
No other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let me just ask Michael Cabetta, welcome.
Thank you very much, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Cabetta, and I'm Policy Counsel for the ACLU of Maine. And on behalf of our members, I urge you to support this bill. This bill is extremely simple. It would require that a person's consistently held gender identity be recognized, irrespective of whether the person's gender identity matches their gender assigned at birth. This, in practical terms, would mean that a transgender person will be housed and searched in a manner consistent with their gender identity, regardless of physique, and would also require staff to address people by their appropriate pronouns, titles, and names. As Senator DeChambeau repeatedly alluded to during this public hearing, Maine has been a national leader in recognizing LGBT rights, living up to its motto, Dare or Go. This bill would continue that leadership, strengthening existing rules about how incarcerated people are treated. Beyond the basic respect that accompanies recognizing transgender people's identities, the practice has practical implications of greater safety and security. While jails and prisons can be traumatizing and harmful for all people, it's often worse for transgender and gender nonconforming people. A California study, for instance, found that incarcerated transgender people who are not housed according to their gender identity are 13 times more likely to suffer sexual assault than incarcerated people who are not transgender. Degradation from being called by a person's dead name or misgendered can create other unsafety, leading to a higher likelihood of depression and self-harm. The Constitution, as you've heard, entitles all people incarcerated in Maine and elsewhere in the country to be physically safe and free from cruel and unusual punishment. It also still provides for the right to privacy and freedom of expression. By ensuring that correctional facilities recognize and respect a person's gender identity, this bill protects these rights for people in government custody. We urge you to vote ought to pass. I thank you for your time and attention, and I'm happy to try to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Capetta. I will ask if anyone has any questions. Seeing none, again, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in support of LD 1044? Please raise your hand.
Jan Collins
Collins.
is in the room, and
Yes.
Desi Holman Sprague.
Welcome, Ms. Collins.
Thank you, and I apologize. I'm on a construction site, so hopefully you can hear me. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Jan Collins, and I'm Assistant Director for Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition, and I'm here today to speak in favor of LD 1044, an act to protect the rights of certain incarcerated individuals. As you have heard from Mr. Cabetta and the sponsor, this is a simple bill that provides to a person residing in a correctional or detention facility the right to have that person's consistently held gender identity respected and acknowledged, and have staff representatives of the correctional and detention facility use the pronouns, titles, names identified by the person. When we meet someone new, we often hear the refrain, "Please call me," fill in the blank, and we honor the request of the individual and call them by the preferred name. It's a courtesy that takes no effort on our part, but shows our respect for the person making the request. The opposite is true when we call someone with a name or refer to them with a pronoun that does not reflect who they are. It is disrespectful at best and may mark disdain, scorn, derision, or even abuse. I have met with a woman housed at Maine State Prison who has suffered from the remarks and treatment that she has received from both inmates and corrections staff. She is not alone. I met with her because she came to the Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition for assistance. Although the department has met us partway on the demands in this bill, there is much still to be done, as women are housed in male facilities. This bill costs no money, but its value is for those who have been valued and whose humanity has been stolen. Words do matter, so does places. Thank you for your support of LD 1044, an act to protect the rights of certain incarcerated individuals.
Any questions for Ms. Collins? Representative Morales?
Thank you so much, Senator. I hope you can hear me, Ms. Collins.
I can.
I was just wondering if through your work with folks who are residents of the corrections facility and the jails, have you heard from women who are currently placed in women's facilities that they have concerns about this policy change?
I have not. There may be concerns, but I have not received them.
Thank you.
Can you expand on that, Ms. Morales? Representative Morales, I did not understand the question. The policy that currently exists with the department, or what?
I was asking about whether this policy that's being proposed today is opposed by women who are not transgendered women who are currently incarcerated in our facilities.
Good, I understand it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, again, thank you. I will now recognize Desti Homan Sprague. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the committee. My name is Desti Homan Sprague. I join you today on behalf of Maine Women's Lobby, and I live in Bath. For over 40 years, we have advocated for public policy that increases the health, wellness, safety, and economic security of Maine women and girls. We are delighted to support LD 1044 and thank Representative Warren for sponsoring this bill. Our work to expand gender equity is rooted in the idea that harmful norms and expectations around gender identity are used to marginalize and sideline our community members. And the threat or reality of violence and trauma is often used to exercise power related to gender, which is why rates of sexual violence and harassment are much higher among women, LGBTQ+ people, and trans people. In earlier bills before the committee this session, we've presented testimony about the links between trauma, mental health needs, and incarceration among women in Maine and nationally. Links which have fueled higher rates of incarceration than at any point in our state's history. And these same patterns are true for trans people. Trans women and girls experience violence, harassment, and murder at higher rates than nearly any other demographic, as well as higher rates of homelessness, poverty, unemployment, suicide, and of course, incarceration. We support safety and dignity for people who experience gender-based violence and discrimination, and this is particularly true of trans people who are so often the targets of gender-based violence and discrimination. One of the best ways that we can ensure their safety and dignity of all trans people and incarcerated trans people is to ensure that they're treated in accordance with their gender identity. We are really happy to be here today to support this step forward, to continue Maine's march toward really doing well by this population. And I hope that we can all join together to reduce gender-based violence and trauma by passing LD 1044. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, I will now ask if anyone wants to speak in support. Please raise your hand. Tina Nato, welcome.
Good afternoon. Sorry to join late. I was stuck in a hearing that I did not want to be a part of. Not the legislature, in a courtroom. My name is Tina Nato, and I am the executive director of MACDIL. We are here today in support of LD 1044, and we thank Representative Warren for bringing forth this bill. Incarceration is both dehumanizing and traumatic for everyone. For people who are transgender or non-binary, the denial of their gender identity and housing, misgendering by staff, whether intentional or not, and the heightened risk of sexual assault can make incarceration hell. Although there are some facilities in the state, including the Cumberland County Jail, that make significant efforts to respect the rights of transgender and non-binary people who are incarcerated there, this is not standard practice across the state, and there is always room for improvement. As we discussed in this committee just last week, incarcerated people are people, first and foremost. Affording them basic respect and dignity and protection is not too much to ask. Our clients, by and large, come from backgrounds that make them particularly vulnerable. For our clients who do not fit preconceived gender molds, this can make them targets for abuse by staff and other incarcerated people. Recognizing and requiring respect and protection for transgender and non-binary people who are incarcerated is an important first step in providing the support necessary for all people who are incarcerated by the state of Maine. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Any questions of Attorney Nato? Seeing none, again, thank you. I'm wondering if I should go, let's do it one more time. Anyone else wish to speak in support of LD 1044?
Seeing no further hands, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll go, anyone wishing to testify in opposition of 1044?
I'm
Please.
bringing Troy Morton over.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Sheriff Morton.
Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you very much for having me.
Good.
Am I okay to start?
Yes, you can.
Thank you very much. My name is Troy Morton. I'm the Sheriff of Penobscot County and also President of the Maine Sheriff's Association. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, distinguished members of public safety, I provided written testimony. I'm going to make it a little short and kind of get to the point. This is a very difficult position for Maine sheriffs to actually oppose this bill because we believe that it's obvious the intent and the language is presented with empathy in an attempt to do the right thing. Our serious concern with this bill in place is merely the housing and pat down processes. That is real concern. I've heard some tremendous facts and points made out by those who are supporting this, who identify the potential risk of housing, pat down searches, and even strip searches of those that are incarcerated in Maine's prisons and jails. We have to remember, and I've said this all too many times in front of your committee, that we also need to identify that the prisons and jail systems are different. When an individual is arrested and brought into a county jail, that very first few moments of them being brought in sometimes comes at a time when a person or an individual is in crisis. They could be under the influence. They could be in a state of mental health breakdown. A lot of factors play into when somebody initially appears or is brought into a county jail. Putting this law into effect is going to impact our ability to make those immediate decisions on consistently held gender identity. We have and believe that the PREA process and training that we've obtained, both state and county facilities over the years, has helped us tremendously. As a matter of fact, many individuals who have been brought into our facility through both our mental health services, medical planning, security planning, have come up with resolutions that are very helpful for all that are involved, the individuals themselves, the other incarcerated individuals, and our staff. And those all have to be mindful when it comes to housing. That is our greatest concern, as you can imagine. You've heard by supporters of the bill the dangers that come with sexual assaults and other incidents of just taunting and whatnot that can take place in a correctional environment. It's our job to make sure that we operate safe and humane jails and prisons, and we want to make sure that we're doing that equally for all. Simply putting this into law that requires, and it's not a may, that it's a shall, house based on gender identity alone could be dangerous to the individual, could be dangerous for other inmates, and could be impactful to the staff as well. So we ask respectfully that you oppose this bill, and we're happy to have discussions, and I'd be happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Sheriff Morton. I see Representative Pluker has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, Sheriff Morton.
Thank you.
You're bringing out the idea, the housing, patting down strip searches. What's your current policy around when trans folks come into the jails? How do you handle that currently?
So many or most facilities have PREA standards in place, and I'll have to be honest with you, our PREA standards are probably the lengthiest policy of all policies in our corrections policies that talk about the processes of how individuals are able to work with our mental health clinicians. In our cases, when in question at the moment, whether it's individuals sharing information with us or that they're known to us, that they've been to the facility in the past, that's certainly helpful. We engage our mental health and medical folks as well as security staff to make sure that we have those conversations. We've gone to the lengths, Representative, to make sure that these are very sensitive questions, along with medical and mental health screenings, that those questions are not done during times of processing. And I'm not sure, Representative, if you've ever toured a county jail. If you haven't, I highly suggest it. It shows some of the challenges that we have in an intake and admissions area, where we're making sure that people are asked these insensitive questions away from other staff, away from other populations. And so through those processes, we found that we've come up with a great resolve. Often it is that consistent gender identity that a person shares can be the outcome. But making sure that we don't put them in a dangerous situation where we know if we house them, or regardless of how they feel, we may be putting them in a dangerous situation. That's not something we want to occur. That may be lengthy, but I'm trying to get to, there's a lot to it, but I want to make sure that it's a complex.
A follow-up, Madam Chair?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I've not been in any jails in the state of Maine, but I worked a lot in the jails down in Connecticut. So you mentioned the PREA standards are really important for informing kind of the process, the questions that you ask. But once you've gone through that process of talking to folks and you know that they're trans, would you then have a set of policies or procedures for working with that person to make sure that they are housed, padded, and stripped down in the correct way?
That's correct. Absolutely.
Could you share what those are, I guess, is the intent.
Right. And it could be a housing remedy that makes sense for the individual involved, as well as the staff, sometimes smaller units as opposed to larger units. You also have to remember, Representative, as you know, working in corrections or being there, that there are so many classifications within our inmate population already: medium security, minimum security, maximum security, co-defendants. And so it makes it very difficult as we're going through a pandemic where we have quarantines and we're trying to separate based on medical needs as well, that we're trying to look at all of those to make sure that a person's housed safely. But certainly addressing a person by the name that they request, that those all make sense. And that's why when we're looking at our bill, some of that absolutely makes sense to us. That's not the issue. That's why we focus solely on housing. If you're talking specifically in this bill just about housing alone, we just extremely believe that potentially, based on consistently held gender identity, based on that alone and housing on that alone, could put a person in a dangerous situation. And if we know that we're putting somebody in a dangerous situation, or other inmates in that pod in a dangerous situation, we'd have to stop that. That's our responsibility under PREA. And so getting back to your question is making sure that there is a good decision that's made with advice or direction from mental health providers, medical providers, the individual involved, and staff. How do we set that person up to have success wherever they may be housed?
Thank you. I'll let some other folks ask questions. Maybe I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sheriff. There's a couple things. One thing that you mentioned is that when folks are coming in to the prison, they're often in crisis. And so the immediate thought I had was, wouldn't making sure that we are following, the standards regarding PREA and making sure that we are respecting their gender identity, wouldn't that be a first step for folks as they're coming in crisis? That actually may be very helpful to your process. That's my first thought, not necessarily needing a response to it, but that's where my brain went. And then secondly, wondering about, I know not all our jails in Maine are nationally certified. And I'm certain that even if you're not nationally certified, you have to follow PREA, but perhaps the national certification makes that a bit more clear. And I believe your jail is that right?
We are in the evaluation period, so you can do a pre-inspection to be certified. And so a lot of them are caught. And as you know, Representative, you've been involved, and I think you and I have talked about this in the past, it's a lengthy process. And to make sure that we get it right, there's a process where you can be evaluated in the middle. So inspectors come back and say, you can tweak these couple of things to make sure that you get your certification. Also, not that it matters, but it does. It's very expensive to go through that process to be inspected.
Sure. And I only know because I've spoken at length with Sheriff Joyce about the national certification process and sort of the high level standards that they have to comply with. And as I read PREA and I look at standard 115.42, it seems so clear that when you are housing a transgender or intersex inmate, that you cannot make any decisions based only on external genitals. And so is that, I mean, are you opposing this particular legislation because you're saying Maine wants to continue to make those decisions based on just the external features? Or I'm sort of not understanding, I guess, the opposition to a policy that seems consistent with constitutional law, federal law, best practices.
So certainly. So can I go back to your first point / question was you again mentioned prison. And so we have to be clear, prisons and jails are two totally different things.
My apologies.
No, I totally understand. But it's so important as we talk about these topics. And I often use the terminology that many can relate to the ER or an ED of a hospital. That's kind of what the jail is. They deal with that immediate. Individuals that end up in the prison system are more like the 5th floor of the hospital, right? Folks have been stabilized, and when they respond there, things are a little bit different if they're transferred from the county to a prison system. So I just wanted to be clear on that. And so to answer your other part of that is absolutely, it's impactful when people are in crisis that we're able to quickly try to assess that situation, listening to the individual themselves of what they're telling us. What did they tell the arresting officer? What do we know in advance before they come through the door? Sometimes that's very easy, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's been incredibly easy. We've had some situations here, a few, where individuals have actually expressed, we part of our peer process is to go back and speak to individuals to say, how did this work for you? What are we missing something? How did the process work for you? And to be quite honestly, because we're trying to follow those strict standards, it's usually been a very good response. And so your last question about the anatomy itself, that's not what we're opposing. We're opposing the fact that an individual who is consistently identifying, and that's the only factor that houses him. If that individual says, here's how I identify, here's how I want to be housed, that should not be the only factor in housing. And I think that's what we're opposing.
Oh, I see. So again, I mean, this is not a debate here, but I think we can get some information to you about that. That's not what this bill seems to be about from my read, but I'll leave that for other folks to comment on and ask questions about.
Okay, Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sheriff Morton, for being here this afternoon. The question I have is that, and I'll preface it by a statement, it's well known when you work around legislation that there are sometimes different bills that come across your plate that are well-meaning, but sometimes have unintended consequences. And so if I'm reading your testimony correctly and hearing what you have to say, is that a major part of what your concern is with this bill?
Thank you, Representative Pickett. This is spot on. There is no question that Representative Warren's work and effort into this bill is with empathy, passion, and an attempt to do the right thing. We're just extremely concerned that as written, and maybe that gets back to Representative Morales's comment, is perhaps work session or explanation or clarity. When I'm reading this bill, when our sheriffs read this bill word for word, and it talks about housing, that's our concern, that there might be a negative consequence to how housing should be done. If that's not the case, maybe it's some verbiage that fixes that problem. And I see Representative Warren smiling, so that might be the answer.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Pluka.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sheriff Martin. I was looking at your written testimony, and it mentions gender or sexual orientation. And this bill really is about gender identity. And I didn't know if there was some conflation of sexual orientation and gender identity.
We are speaking specifically to the bill as written, and no. And so I guess to answer you short, no, we're speaking specifically to how this bill is written for the consistency.
Okay, so that part of your testimony around sexual orientation and trying to house people of different sexual orientations in different ways, that's not what this bill is about. That's
Right.
not your intent.
That's not our intent. That's not the issue. No, sir.
Yeah, this is really just about respecting people's gender identity and how they're housed.
And making sure that the housing is safe for them, safe for other inmates, and appropriate for our staff. That's what our concern is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Representative Morales, you have a question maybe?
Yeah, and I'm sorry. I think I'm trying to figure out like what the concern is. It's not sexual orientation. I think that kind of threw me for just off the mark, because that's not what this bill is about. At least my read of it. Is it that you're worried about how to determine when someone is consistently asserting their gender identity? You're not sure of the process there, and I guess is that so? I'll ask that question. Is that you're not sure how that would work?
I don't
make a determination.
For starters, that wouldn't be my sole or a sheriff or a jail administrator's sole responsibility, right? That's why the PREA standards have medical, mental health, and the individual involved is a part of that process. So I can go back and I'll consistently, I have to say the same thing, Representative, I apologize if it's not working, but consistently held gender identification. So if an individual, I think Representative Costain asked this question earlier, if an individual comes in and merely says, my consistent gender identity is this, is this, and I'm going to be housed solely on that alone, that's a problem. That would be a concern. If clearly that medical, mental health, security looks at that and says, this is a potential, we're setting you up for failure. The supporters of this bill eloquently spoke about the danger that somebody may be in. And they may be, Representative, they may be a little bit blind to that, not realizing that they could potentially be in danger by being housed in this unit. And how could we not take into account trying to protect a person from a dangerous situation?
Well, thank you for that. And I agree with you. You should be able to. And as I read the standard under PREA, it exactly allows you to do that. And I'll just read quote, well, it's not a quote, but under standard 11542C, it says the agency shall consider on a case-by-case basis whether a placement would ensure the inmate's health and safety and whether the placement would present management or security problems. So it seems like that's all of your concerns are addressed right here in the decision-making process.
I know I'm not allowed to ask questions back, but then why are we making a law that says what the PREA standard already says we can do? Perhaps for workshop.
Thank you.
Representative Costain?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you, Sheriff. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Representative Warren, and I'm a little confused that she said that wasn't what we're talking about. I've listened here, and it appears that that's what we're talking about. So if a gentleman comes in tonight, your facility, okay, and says that he identifies himself as a female, what are you going to do with that person?
So a part of that PREA process and our admissions process is gathering information from the individual themselves, what they may share with us then, what do they share with the arresting officers, or if they've been in the facility before and happen to come back to the facility, we would know. But we would immediately have medical mental health come down to our admissions area, work with the individual with our security process, and go through a process that makes sense. If this law is saying that solely based on what this individual says, that they have to be housed with their consistently held gender identity, then it would be a potential problem, Representative Costin, if that's what you're asking. If we are going to do this based on what the individual says alone, it would absolutely potentially be a problem if that male was housed in a female pod or housing unit, depending on what type of facility they have.
So if you have an individual that is from, say, Massachusetts, that comes up here, so we know nothing about this person, and they tell you that, I mean, I can see that this is going to be an issue. Am I correct?
It potentially becomes a challenge. We have to work with the individual involved, and again, Representative, I mentioned before, in some instances, the few that I can think of in my past 5 years of sheriff here, we've had cases that or incidents that worked themselves out. The people are very cooperative. We were able to share information between medical mental health providers and the individual themselves and come to a safe resolution where that individual should be housed.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Anyone else have any questions? Seeing none, again, thank you, Sheriff Morton. I had forgotten about the jails. Listening to you speak, I can't imagine it's left up to a couple of people to decide where that person would be housed. I know the anxiety myself in a state facility. At a beck and call, you've got the head of the nurses, the head of the doctor, the psychologist, and there's a group that meets real quick to make a decision. It's not left up to one or two people. So I know that is very challenging for 3 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday or something to make that kind of decision. So yeah, we've got a ways to go. Thank you.
Thank you, committee.
I will ask if anyone, again, wishes to speak in opposition of 1044.
Seeing no further hands.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify neither for nor against?
Again, no hands.
Thank you. Therefore, I will close the public hearing on LD 1044. And we will have a work session, I believe, next week. Correct. Ms. Overton, am I correct? Next week, probably 1044?
Yes, Tuesday, the 25th at 1 o'clock.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we're going to switch gears a little. We have 4 bills on a work session. Representative Warren, was there a particular order?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, do we have 4 bills? Oh, yes, 3 bills.
4. I have 4.
Yes, I'm sorry, 4. Could we go 663? Actually, I'm fine to take 963 before my bill. So could we go 963?
Yep.
663 is mine, and then we'll do the 2 Long Creek bills.
Okay, Lookner and then Brennan.
Great, 1668 and then 546. Thank you.
Okay. So work session, a little different. So LD 963 is an act to create culturally sensitive treatment and recovery halfway houses for immigrants transitioning out of the juvenile justice system. This was presented to us by Representative Brooks of Lewiston. Welcome, Representative Brooks. I'm going to turn it over first to our policy analyst to see if she has anything she wishes to share with us.
Thank you, Senator. On this bill, you have worked it a couple of times. Excuse me. And the last time we were hoping for some new information from the sponsor when we work it again. And I believe we just got a proposal from the sponsor that I think you all have in your inbox. When Deb gets off the phone, we can check with her and see if it's possible for her. Deb, do you think you could screen share the amendment? Is that okay with Representative Brooks? Did she want it screen shared? Yeah.
That would be good.
Did it come from Representative Brooks?
This is an amendment that we've been working on with from the sponsor and interested and advocates. We did meet with the Department of Corrections at least twice, I believe, and they've proposed something different. And I don't know if they're here to say what their initial proposal or what their proposal has been, but
Representative Brooks, we asked if that was sent to us today or so we can look for it.
Yeah, that was just sent recently.
Yesterday, you said? No,
no, just recently.
Okay, I'm sorry. Was it under your name, Representative Brooks?
I believe it was sent under the clerk's name.
Okay, thank you. Go right ahead.
Yeah, so we did have a couple of meetings. What the advocates were hoping for was different than what the Department of Corrections was suggesting. But I'll just run through some of the changes that the advocates and myself and others have come up with. So you have it screen shared so people can see it, which is good. One of the big points, and I don't know if you want me to go point by point, but one of the big points that we were able to improve upon is to make it clear that this would be open to residents and community members and not have it exclusive to one group of people. So I'll kind of read through it. It's just the Department of Corrections shall contract with the Androscoggin County New Maine with Androscoggin County New Maine or community-led organization that works with incarcerated juvenile, young adults, and advocates for them at the state and local level. The residential halfway homes will help and improve the reentry reintegration process into the community. They will also serve community members for diversion, restorative justice, and prevention. So in the beginning, the big difference was that what the Department of Corrections came back with said that it's not under their oversight, but I believe that with the reentry in particular, that it would be under the Department of Corrections oversight, but there wasn't agreement on that to this point. So we were suggesting to have it for juveniles and young adults 21 years and under for as I said above, diversion, restorative justice, reentry, reintegration into the community. There would be different homes separated by gender, and that could be gender identity as well, depending on what is decided there. The New Mainer-led community organization will provide management and staffing, focusing on the cultural needs of residents, and the oversight would stay with the Department of Corrections, we would hope. They will provide language services for residents and their support systems. And that was pointed out in the public hearing that that's an issue that needs to be addressed to have to understand that the communication channels could be definitely improved. And they would work to connect the residents with multiple community-based resources, including local, state, and federal agencies. And I think that might have been that was a concern among others too, what kind of supports would be would be in place for people that need this service. Residents with mental health and or substance use disorder will receive appropriate referrals for treatment. Case management, educational, employment, and other needed assistance will be available to residents through the community resources. And the New Manor community-led organization will advocate for treatment and recovery of residents and improve their reentry and recovery process. And then at the time that the person is about to transition out of the halfway home, there will be appropriate supports in place. And I think that's really crucial that we do have basic needs accounted for, that they would have a place to call home, that they would have employment lined up, that they would have the medical care they need. And that that's really crucial, that this would help them transition to success, staying out of the criminal justice system, and really provide them an opportunity to for treatment, and not having a cycle of going back into the needing, offending, or helping them avoid that, because just having a different model of hope present. And funding would be primarily through the Department of Corrections, and local, state, and federal funding, along with other donations, would be acceptable if that's appropriate for funding mechanisms. And we were hoping that that we could have the bill discussed but tabled to work on it more for about a week or so. But I'd be interested in your thoughts.
Thank you, Representative Brooks. I don't know about tabling, but I'll ask any questions of Representative Brooks. I see Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Brooks, for all the work that you're putting into this. Just hearing all of the conversations you've been having with so many stakeholders involved, and also we just were briefed this morning on the department's change package, and approximately 6 million that they're looking to put into, 4.5 million to continue, an additional 2 million to put into community programming. And this seems like this would be a great fit for that funding. So I would love to give you the opportunity, and hopefully my colleagues will agree, to continue working on that with the department. And so I would support a tabling motion. I don't want to make it yet if other folks want to talk more, but I certainly think this is moving us in the right direction. And thank you so much for doing the work.
Thank you for this. And we definitely have a great need, a really large need, which has been expressed in our community. And then I think that if we had options, if we had the least restrictive appropriate setting for people, that would really help our community. And as you know, there are many treatable situations that people find themselves in. And yeah, I appreciate your work on this and your support as well.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also support a tabling motion to give them more time. I think that as they are doing their work, more and more folks are coming to the table to add to that work. I know that, Madam Chair, you and I have been invited to join them at a meeting. I intend to do that to be helpful, because I think we've had a community come to us and ask for support of a need they have, and I'm going to be happy to do that. And we could just put it on a day that we already have work scheduled.
So tabling till next week is what I'm looking at. No, but I want to clarify that. Because we're down to a time crunch. Maybe you know something I don't, so.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm just inquiring. Tabling's been mentioned a few times. I did not know that we could table something at this late stage.
So, you know, it's interesting. I think of it as the analogy of when I go to a restaurant and a restaurant's closing time is 9, but at 8:30 they start kicking you out. And I feel frustrated because it's like, you advertise your closing time at 9, so I should be able to be here until 9 o'clock. I feel the same way here. We're going to be done next Tuesday, hopefully. I'm going to continue to work until the end of that day.
I
so
don't disagree
the idea,
with you.
excuse me, Madam Chair.
No, I know. I'm probably, I should not have had to ask the question.
So if we have other days to work and we have a representative who's working with senators in her community to bring this forward, I'm going to support that it gets tabled to a future day. I'm going to take up their invitation. I'm going to join them in that work because I would want somebody to give me that courtesy. And so, yes, I believe we can table, and I'm going to be here to the end of our work.
Representatives, it was a simple question, but thank you.
And mine was a
for
simple
helping.
answer.
Well, very. Representative Pickett?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you, Representative Brooks, for being here. So I know you've added a couple of other entities there, I believe state and, I think you said state and federal, I believe in the funding mechanism. I don't know if it was state and federal, but there was local and state in your funding mechanism along with DOC and donations. Is that correct?
It does indicate that although the funding we saw going through the Department of Corrections primarily, but if there are funds that like I missed your meeting this morning, but I would want to take advantage of other funds if they become available to get this off the ground and have more places.
Right, and the reason I asked that because originally it was just it just said that the funds must be funded through contributions from the Department of Corrections and then with grants and donations, private, that kind of stuff. So those other two entities were added into that, and that was part of your amendment that you have come up with. The reason I asked that is this: to ask you this question: was that part of the pushback from the Department of Corrections as why they didn't want to go with your amendment? Was that a part of that, a piece of that?
Well, it was not a direct response to that issue. I would still believe the oversight would be with the Department of Corrections, but then if there were any funds available that could be helped, paid directly to help the situation, I wouldn't want to turn those down. Other funds.
No, I understand it. I just wanted to know if that was part of the push. I plan on if they're here at the work session asking that question to them. But I just wanted to know. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Your hand is still up, Representative Pickett. Okay, thank you. Representative Morales?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to table.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to table LD 963. Is everybody in favor, or should I have a roll call? I don't think we have a unanimous, we'll have a roll call.
Video on, please, and unmute for a roll call vote. We're voting to table LD 963. Representative Warren?
Yes.
Representative Morales?
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner?
Yes.
Representative Pickett?
No, there was other questions that needed to be asked, and we jumped too quick to this motion.
Representative Costain?
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki?
No.
Representative Newman,
No.
Representative Pluker,
Yes.
Representative Rackett,
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent, Senator Searway is absent, Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's 7 yes, 3 no, 3 absent.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Brooks.
And thank you for your efforts.
You anticipate you'll be meeting with representatives from the Department of Corrections?
They did send a proposal back.
Okay.
So they could be invited as well to the
Oh,
another
okay.
meeting.
Thank you. So yes, Ms. Overton.
Madam Chair, did you want to assign that a date?
That's what I'm contemplating right now. Is it Tuesday? Or is there a longer date?
Corrections is not for it.
Wait a minute, you've got
Monday or Tuesday?
Monday or Tuesday? I haven't got my list here. So I think the latest, so that Representative Brooks has some dates to get everybody together. So the 25th, you believe?
Sure, Tuesday afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much. So you get that there, Representative Brooks, Tuesday afternoon?
25th
Yeah.
afternoon. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much.
I'll have to put that down. Thank you. And now I am going to LD 663, an act to make comprehensive substance use disorder treatment available to Maine's incarcerated population. Representative Warren. Ms. Overton, do you have anything that you need to share with us?
I don't have anything new. I think there was some discussion about this, the sponsor and the department or two departments working on it. That's all.
Representative Warren, is there something you can add to that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm working with Anna Black and Commissioner Liberty. We just had another meeting. I don't know, all the days are flowing in together. We've just had a recent meeting. I'm also meeting with the sheriffs, and we have a meeting with the sheriffs on Thursday at 2 p.m. The sheriffs are already doing most of basically doing all of what is in this bill, as is the Department of Corrections. And you'll remember that they're supportive of this bill, and that's why we're working with them. We're very close with language, and we need a little more time to finish up those negotiations. As we all know, and as Sheriff Morton did a nice job at illustrating in our last bill, the DOC is very different than our county jails, and the language that we're using around comprehensive access to substance use disorder treatment and recovery services in the DOC just looks different in our county jails. So that's my update. We are doing a lot of work on this bill. It has been a great process of us all working together, and I will be prepared if I could have my colleagues give me the courtesy to table this bill until Friday.
Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Warren, I guess the question I would have before I make a decision on possibly tabling is, I think you already said that the DOC and the jails are already doing what's in the bill. So what is there extraneous to that you're trying to get into it? If it's already being done, what's the point of having the bill?
We need to memorialize it in statute because administrations change and sheriffs change. And so for example, Sheriff Morton has been doing many of these things up in the Penobscot County Jail, but elections happen and there could be another sheriff, and that's why he's supportive of putting this into statute. And it's the same in the Department of Corrections. We have an election coming up and we will have a new chief executive or the same chief executive. And we all know that every 4 years we have the propensity to change commissioners. And that's why we, myself, the allies, and the Department of Corrections are all on board of putting this into statute, because we are spending a lot of money on this program. As we all know, many of you have been part of approving the legit millions of dollars. And we want to make sure that it is sustained by statute.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah, follow up is, I don't know if it's a follow up or not, but the follow up, I motion to table.
Thank you.
There a second? Costain? There's a motion to table, yep. Where is it? There it is, 663. Everybody have their hand up?
Representative Reckett?
Okay. Yep. Representative Newman, you had your hand up? Okay, I missed you.
Who made the motion and who seconded, please?
Did I say that? Costain?
No, it's I made it and Christine seconded it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, my God, how come, who got there?
Senator
Thank you.
DeChambeau?
Okay, thank you.
Senator DeChambeau, I
Yes.
just got a call from downstairs. There's somebody who's here to see you. but
Okay,
You have to go down and let.
yep.
Yeah.
It's Veteran Services and I have to go get them? Jeez,
Yes,
okay.
At
I
the
will.
security booth.
Yeah, Representative Warren, I have to step out.
Okay, thank you, Madam
Thank you.
Chair. Okay, so next up, we have LD 1668.
I better. Thank you, sir.
Is Lois okay? There she is.
Yeah, I'm just very tired.
Okay. I was a little worried about you for a minute there.
Yeah, well, I have nodded off a couple of times in the last couple of days.
I'm envious. I could go for a nod off.
Oh, honest to God. I just lived through 6 anti-abortion bills, and so it was a little hard this morning.
Jane, were you going to give us an analysis of the bill? Or I know you don't have anything written out, but does that mean you?
I don't, yeah. I don't have anything.
No, you can say no. I'm waiting on you, so.
No, I don't have
No,
anything.
Okay.
Thank
Do I have a motion on the bill? Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move ought to pass. Is it ought to pass as amended or ought to pass?
I think it's just an ought to pass.
All right, I'll move ought to pass. Thank you.
So I have a motion on LD 1668 ought to pass. Do I have a second?
I second.
Discussion on the bill. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. On the bill, I appreciate the sponsors' work on the bill, but I think we already have a vehicle to do what that bill does and to work as we talked about this morning in our other meeting earlier this morning with the change package. And so I cannot support the bill. I'll be placing my support behind another bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Pickett. And, I think with this bill, we really have an opportunity to show that Maine is going to join the rest of the country that is moving in the direction of decarceration for youth. We can show that we have, a better way of dealing with, these juveniles who commit crimes, and we want to support them and keep them out of facilities. So that's, I think we will. there's no secret that we'll probably have some, differences in philosophy here, but I'm happy with the bill, and it did take a lot of work, and this is a bill that was put forth by youth who have experienced incarceration in Long Creek, and I'm happy with it. So obviously I'll be supporting it and hope everybody else does as well.
Thank you, Representative. Other comments from the committee? So it's also no secret where I stand for both the reasons of my concerns about issues with juvenile justice, but also in my 12 years of being an elected city councilor and then mayor, I became very interested in budgets. And I'm very interested in budgets and tax dollars because it's often the folks who have the least that are affected the most. And in my city of Hallowell, we may have a bunch of folks that are affluent, but we also have a bunch of folks that are retirees, and they're living on really tight fixed incomes. And I can't get past the fact that we are still, even after what the commissioner offered to us this morning, we're going to have 27 youth. We're going to have 175 staff members at a cost to my constituents and yours of $35 million, 27 children. I don't know how other people are okay with that, but I will continue to say it very loudly every time I get a chance. We are wasting our taxpayer money, and we could be serving children in a much better way. So I am going to vote for this bill, LD 1668, and try to make a change to start investing money. If we took even some of this money, we could start providing treatment to people. So those are my thoughts on this bill and why I'm going to support it. Other committee members, Representative Pickett.
Yeah, I would just make the comment. I've been a select person in my town, and I'm running for select person this again right now. So I'm very, very familiar with budgets. I made budgets for 17 years in my town. So I'm very well aware of waste in budgets. I'm very well aware of money that could be used in other places. But my whole thing behind the move to, and this is another bill that's got moved to get rid of Long Creek. My whole purpose behind my vote is very simple. I have no problem with Long Creek finally getting to the point where it is no longer there and maybe something else, but I don't want to do it in a haphazard fashion. And I think that's what it would be doing by just eliminating it right now and moving into this other area. I think the other bill that I support does it in a different way, but I think it does it in a more comprehensive and it does it in a way that I believe there's more opportunity for success and a gradual moving into it, and maybe even an accelerated moving into it as we move along with it, but doing it. So that's my reason for the way I'm voting. It's got nothing to do with the representative's bill. He's put a lot of work in it. I really appreciate the work he's done. I consider him a great colleague, but I just can't support the bill.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments from the committee? Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm off camera just for the next few minutes. But I'm really pleased to see a lot of movement in the direction of moving young people out of Long Creek. And what I love about this bill is that it really came from people who really understand the system, have been impacted by the system, understand what they actually needed in order to not go to prison, and in order to, once they were there, what they needed to get out. And so I do love that process, because that truly is the representative process. And writing legislation, we all hope to have that kind of input into our legislation. What I also really like about this bill is that it's not a haphazard bill that just closes a building like that. It requires a planning process, a strategic plan together with community. And again, I also think that that is the right approach to get us to the best possible policy. So those are the reasons why I'm going to be supporting this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments, excuse me, from the committee? Seeing none. Deb, could we have a roll call?
Certainly. Cameras on and unmute, please, for a roll call vote. The motion is ought to pass on LD 1668. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yay.
Representative Pickett.
No.
Representative Costain.
No.
Representative Rudnicki.
No.
Representative Newman.
No.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Reckett.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway is absent, and Senator DeChambeau is not back yet, so we'll get her vote later. That's 1, 2, 3, 5 yes and 4 no.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm looking for documents in my very messy house. Jane, please.
The people who voted against that motion, they voted against ought to pass. What do they want?
Ought not to pass.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Next up, we have LD 546, and I know we have Representative Brennan here. So if we could bring him in. Thank you, Deb. Representative Brennan, did you make it through the wormhole of getting from attendees to panelists? There he is.
Yes, Representative Warren.
Good afternoon.
I was able to move from education to here. I don't have a background that's anywhere near as inviting as yours. And it looks like you're ready for summer already.
Yes, definitely. Thank you. Representative, we have not started yet your bill. So thank you for sending us the side-by-side. It's what I was looking for with great fervor in my pile of papers here.
Yep.
Thank you for sending that. what would you like to share with the committee?
Well, thank you, Representative Warren and members of the committee. At the last work session that we had on this bill, it was concluded there were two requests from the committee. And one was a side-by-side comparison between 546 and what the department was proposing in their strategic initiative. And fortunately, I was able to have your very capable analyst, Ms. Orbiton, provide that side-by-side. And hopefully everybody on the committee did see that. And I'm assuming that you've gotten a briefing from the commissioner in regards to what's in the change package, and that what is in that side-by-side is fairly similar to what is in the change package. The second request from the committee was to have a profile of at that time there were 26 youth that were at Long Creek, and to try to provide some additional information on the characteristics, demographics, and profile of youth that were there that might provide the committee a little bit better understanding of what type of services might be desirable in terms of assisting those youth. I have talked to Colin O'Neill about that, and I understand there may be some issues. And Representative Warren, you and I talked about that. There might be some confidentiality issues. And again, it's up to the committee in terms of how that information might be shared. So, at this point, the only thing I'm more than happy to comment on the substance of 46, and at the same time, I'd be more than happy to talk about the change package in the context of 546. The one last thing that I would say is that given the change package and what the department has proposed, I would amend my bill to eliminate at least $1 million that would go to the Department of Corrections for community-based services, because that would be reflected in money in the change package that would go to community-based services that I had envisioned in 546. At the same time, it could be up to the committee. I still think the allocation to the Department of Health and Human Services and to the Department of Education is warranted. That would be about $1 million, particularly because of the collaboration that we're trying to encourage with DHHS, and equally important to foster the restorative justice and collaborative efforts with the Department of Education. So I am more than happy to answer any questions or pursue any line of discussion that might be helpful for you and the committee to vote favorably for 546.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. I appreciate you taking that $1 million out. I would not be able to vote for the bill with additional funding on top of the 35 million we're already spending there. So sounds like we have an amendment. I would support that amendment, taking that out. Other discussion by committee members? Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative Brennan, for all the work that you've done on this. And, I appreciate that you've come in and, we're taking out the additional allocation. So I do support that. I can't support this bill just because it doesn't set a date of closing Long Creek. I know we've heard from the commissioner and others that it's premature. I really strongly think that now is the time with, the pandemic and the reduced population. It's time to put a date on there. So that's why I can't support this bill, because there's no date to actually shut it. But I do appreciate all the work over the years that Representative Brennan and others have put in on this issue. And but that's just where I stand. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lookner. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the commissioner. I think I just saw him. I think he was just in here a moment ago.
Thank you. Deb, could you bring in Commissioner Liberty? Thank you.
There you are. I wondered where you disappeared to. Commissioner, I wanted to ask you this question. When you were here in the public hearings and when we did our work session on this and then tabled it to let more work be done and so on and so forth. Now that that work has been complete, we've seen the comparison guide by side by side. Are you in, what was the differences that you guys were able to iron out so that you're falling down on being able to be 100% supportive of 546?
So I'm in support of 546, but I think it takes an informed approach. I think that it follows best practices and trying to do some regional community-based staff secure facilities. I think it was a thoughtful, it's a result of the work that we did in the task force. And I support it. I think it's an informed, data-driven approach that gives us the time to properly distribute those resources and see where those resources are most effective. And it aligns very well with the action plan that the Department of Corrections has to invest the $6 million in phase one. Again, look at the data over the next 9 months or so, and then make the next move to continue to explore other options.
And there is no additional funding in 546 that you'd have to add on to what you were talking about this morning?
I'm not seeking any additional funding.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, okay, thank you very much, Commissioner.
Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
Were you present when, I can't remember his full name, was it Vincent Schiraldi? Is that the right name of the gentleman who spoke to us on one of these bills about what New York has done and what Washington, D.C. has done? Were you present to hear that testimony?
I was not, Representative.
Okay, because it struck me, and I would hope that as you know, as you're moving forward with plans around Long Creek, there was, and I would encourage you to read his testimony and some of the others, and I'll send it to you when I go back and look at it all, because he talked about what does secure mean, and what is staff secure, and what of these young people need to be staff secure, and I think I know that we all want them to not feel like they're in a prison, even if they do need secure confinement, and to be very thoughtful about that. But I just wanted to raise that to you to take a look at that testimony, because if other states and localities are able to do that, I believe we can do it too. So that's on my mind as you're making these plans.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move ought to pass as amended.
We have a motion on the
I'll second
floor.
it.
And we have a second. So we have a motion made by Representative Pickett, seconded by Representative Newman. Any discussion on the motion? I'd like to, yes, Representative Lookner.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to see the Department of Corrections check in at 9 months with this committee. And I mean, I know, you know, you'll be here frequently, Commissioner Liberty, and I appreciate all the time that you spend with us. So I just want to see, you know, at 9 months where we're at with this whole process and, you know, how things are looking. And I'd like that to be part of this.
Representative Reckett.
Thank you, Representative Warren. I just want to make one comment in regards to Representative Lookner's comment that if in fact 546 is passed and it is followed, that Long Creek would be empty before the end date in 1668. So I know the representative is very concerned about having an end date for Long Creek, but I anticipate and predict that under 546, that the need for Long Creek for secure detention or commitment would be exhausted by December of 2022, which is 6 months in advance of the date that is set in 1668. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. To go along with Representative Lookner's question, are you willing then to put into your bill, we heard Commissioner Liberty ask us many, or not ask us, excuse me, reference this morning many times that he just needed 9 months, that in 9 months, he would have a pretty good idea of what was happening on the ground with the changes that they're making right now. Would you be willing to put into your bill that in February, which is in 9 months, statutorily, we make a plan for the closure of Long Creek, because that will be less than a year ahead of when you're saying it will be empty. And we do we do something statutorily so that we meet in February in this committee.
I would certainly support a plan or a check-in from the department in February of next year in terms of the progress. And I do believe there are those type of reporting and timelines already in 546. I think the important thing, I said this before to the committee, I don't think having a timeline for, quote, the closure of Long Creek is the key question. The key question is, do we have in the community those type of services and those type of secure residential facilities that allow us to address the final 10 or 15 youth that are at Long Creek? And until we're in a position to be able to say yes to that, putting any type of timeline or deadline on the closure of Long Creek becomes a moot issue.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Representative Reckitt because I'm reading the analysis. So thank you for that, Representative Brennan. Representative Reckitt.
Hi, I'm on a slightly different track, just because when I look at the motion ought to pass as amended, I'm not totally clear what the amendment is. So I need to have clarity on that before I can vote, that's all. So my understanding it's 546 as amended. How is the question?
I believe at this point, the amendment is to take out the additional $1 million to the DOC. Are there any other amendments, Representative Brennan?
No, you're right, Representative Warren. It was the deletion or dropping the $1 million to the Department of Corrections for community-based funding, because that is addressed in the change package that's been presented by the commissioner.
Thank you. That's what I thought, but I wanted to be absolutely sure. Thank you so much.
Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question for the discussion over the motion to the commissioner. So there is 546. It sounds as though there's a goal toward the ending, but there's no set date for the ending of closing Long Creek. Am I correct on that?
That's
correct.
correct.
We want to make sure that we have, I thought that was for me, sorry.
Yeah, it was, but I'll take an answer from you, and then if Representative Brennan wants to weigh in, he can too, if it's all right.
Yeah, sure. So it's, again, when I indicated 9 months, it buys me some time to analyze what effect our new investments in the community have made. And we can make an informed decision once we've sort of shaken that out. I think that I do not want to be premature in, talking about closing any facilities until we determine exactly what we need, where we need to invest our resources. And it's just, for me, it's premature to have that discussion at this point.
And you have no problem coming back and reporting where you are in 9 months?
No objection at all.
Anything from you, Representative Brennan, to add to that?
No, Representative Pickett, I agree. I think it would be appropriate to have the commissioner come back in February and provide an update. And again, I think it's important for the committee to understand the progress that is made in developing community-based alternatives that are critical to us being able to move away from Long Creek.
Thank you, sir. And Madam Chair, I would call the question.
I'm not quite ready for that, Representative Pickett. The bill says, so we can vote on it. Do you want to force a vote on calling the question? Or would you like to pull back your motion?
No, I'll leave my motion intact if you can still, but I've not seen any amendment that I want to add to my motion to pass as amended.
When you move to call the question, we either you withdraw or we have to call the question right now, or we have to vote on your call the question.
I didn't get a second on it, and I would obviously, if there's any other discussion, I would hold that motion.
Thank you. The bill says to report back by January 1st, 2022. We won't be in session then. So I would like to amend. I don't want a written report to the committee. I want an in-person report back. I think that's what we're all talking about. Yep. So let's make sure that we have the bill say what we're all talking about. I'm open to dates, and I'm not married to this, but let me throw something out to get us started. A report back by February 15th, 2022. Would that be acceptable to you, Commissioner Liberty? Thank you. Is that acceptable to other members of the committee and to the sponsor?
Yep. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and I would be acceptable to adding that to my motion as part of the amendment.
Thank you, Representative Pickett. Yes, Jane.
I know you have a lot of pieces in front of you, but Section 4 of the bill requires annual reporting each year through January 31, 2025. And is that the piece that you want changed to in-person reporting to the committee beginning by February 15th, 2022? And continue.
You can go ahead.
And continuing through 2025. I'm just trying to figure out how to work what you've said with what is already in the draft.
Thank you. I'm looking at your analysis from March 30th, and at the bottom of page 1, you say Section 5 requires that by January 1st, 2022, DOC to report to the CJPS committee. I was hoping that because that would obviously be in writing to us. So however you need to do it, I do not really care how it gets in there. I want from DOC an in-person report back, which means it needs to happen after January 1st.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Section 5 is about reporting on possible sites. Section 4 is an overall progress report about how the department is doing. So I think you want me to change Section 4 to in-person by February 15th, 2022 and continuing.
That sounds great. Thank you very much. Anything else? Representative Pickett?
Yeah, I would just say that where it is on that Section 4 through January 31st, if we change that date to be what we talked about, the date that makes it 9 months of that report, and then continued it the rest of the way going through January 31st, 2025 would be in good shape.
Great. That sounds good. Thank you. And you're willing, Representative Pickett, to add that to your OTPA?
Yes, I am.
And I don't remember who the second was. Representative Costain, was it you?
I believe it was, but I'll check.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Representative Costain.
No, it was Representative Newman.
Representative Newman, are you willing? Okay, thank you very much. Great. Any more discussion on the bill in front of us? Okay. Deb, would you call the roll for us?
Cameras on and unmute, please, for a roll call vote. The motion is ought to pass as amended on LD 546. Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner,
No.
Representative Pickett,
Yes.
Representative Costain,
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
Representative Pluker,
Yes.
Representative Reckitt,
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway is absent. Senator DeChambeau,
Yes.
that's 9 yes, 1 no, and 3 absent.
Jane?
And the no people, what do the no people want?
Not to pass.
Thank you.
Great, good work, everyone. So that was everything for today, correct? Unless I'm forgetting something. Oh, Deb had something for us.
Senator DeChambeau can vote on LD 1668 if she wants to.
I will. Let me look at it. Okay,
Okay, so you'll have to do it by email.
thank you.
No, you can do it in person now.
She's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Okay. So everybody's good. Thank you, Representative Brennan. Thanks for spending so
you.
much. Thanks for spending so much time with us.
Thank you.
So we are obviously at the Civic Center tomorrow. We do not have committee on Thursday, and we'll be back on Friday, and that's a 9 a.m. start.
Was there a vote that I missed? Just wanted to check.
Yes, you missed a couple. We'll let you take care of that with Deb.
That'd be great.
Thank you. All right, everyone. Thank you very much.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Nice work.
Good work.
Hey, Deb. You're muted.
Whoops. Okay, the one you just missed was LD 546. Representative Pickett made the motion ought to pass as amended, seconded by Representative Newman. I have 9 yes votes, 1 no vote. And how do you vote?
Yes.
Great. And then LD 1668, the motion was ought to pass by Representative Pluker, seconded by Representative Morales. I have 5 yes votes and I have 4 ought not to pass votes.
And that being ought not to pass.
Okay. You are all caught up. Thank you.
So that was what number was that?
1668.
And that was, what was the title of that? That was,
Hang on a
I
second.
think it was,
1668 is resolved to develop a plan to close the Long Creek Youth Development Center and redirect funding to community integration services for adjudicated youth.
right. Okay. Well, thank you.
You're very welcome. Have a great evening.
Yeah, now we had several bills that I've got to get with Casey on, right? You said?
The ones that you need to vote on, yeah, you
Yeah.
need to approve.
Yeah.
So there, she sent a bunch of emails in the morning.
Yeah. I wish
Give her-
maybe
her a
they
call.
should do them all at once or something. I don't know. It just seems like it's hard to keep up with them all, but
I know.
yeah.
Yeah, give her
So-
a call and she can help you find them.
All right. Yeah, what's her number to call her?
Casey is at 287-1405.
Yeah. Okay. How'd it go
Yep.
today? Kind of rough?
Not too bad.
No.
We got through stuff. I don't like it when they keep tabling things. We tabled 2 more. But
I know, it's awful. Yeah, I know. It's never gonna catch up that way.
I know, that's what it feels like.
Yeah. Well, keep up the good work.
Thank you. You too.
All right, bye-bye.